Yes, why are we doing the Finnegans Wake in the Zappa thing? Well, because on the freak out list, Frank Zappa named James Joyce as one of the people contributing to make the music, his music the way it is. And he says, please don't hold it against them. So James Joyce is mentioned as one of his big influences. And there are two aspects that, or three aspects, I think, that can explain this. On the one side, James Joyce wanted to be actually a musician. He was not into being a writer. And he was a tenor, and he composed, and his father was also a musician, and he was an impresario, and he played and studied and played music all his life. And there are thousands of allusions to lyrics in his work, in all his works. Many of the verses or the phrases or the dialogues are actually texts of lyrics that he also changes. He makes all types of changes on the words, on the text. But many are songs. And because
can I come in? Let me come in. So,
yes.
I got disconnected. So what are you guys talking about? What happened while I was gone?
Well, I just said that there are some aspects of Joyce that are very important for any musician. And one is that Joyce actually wanted to be a professional musician. He didn't want to become a writer, and he studied and played music all his life. And he used a lot of lyrics as part of his compositions. And because these texts were supposed to be sung, there is a lot of rhythm and musicality in many of his work. And he was also a musician, so he has this sense of musicality, of rhythm in the text. And this is very ironic because this is something Ian does all the time. He gives us lyrics to listen to that have some ionic message there. And he's always speaking of, this is the new song. And Joyce talks about the Emerald Canticle. And he also made some poems called chamber music, because he was very aware of the music of language. Language has a rhythm, and his characters, sometimes because he's just presenting what the critics call the stream of consciousness of each character, to know who's talking, you have to see the rhythm. Like Analia Plurabel, they say she has a faster rhythm, like taka 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 ta, and things like that are very musical. That's why he said, if you don't get something in the Finnegans Wake, just read it aloud, because then you hear it and you feel this rhythm in the words, the cadence of the words. Then there's also the aspect of the censorship that both had to fight against, with the Ulysses and Zappa. And the love for the music, Joyce quotes all music, all genres, jingles, sounds, effects, everything is there, in his work. So I see any musician can see that in Joyce. This is not a surprise that somebody like Zappa would mention Joyce as an influence. And in an interview, they asked him why would he mention him as an influence. And Zappa said, well, I can't say I've read anything Joyce. All all the way through. No, I can say that I've ever read anything by James Joyce all the way through. But the few pages I looked at, I saw it and said, no, there's a real guy. It doesn't take much
a real guy
on me.
Say that again? It doesn't take much. What was the last line? Doesn't take much
to have an influence on me.
Right.
An influence on me, and they also have in common that they were both for sexual freedom, and they presented this type of what people saw as obscenities in their work. And on the 2nd of February, that's Bob's birthday and Joyce's birthday. It's going to be next week, so in a way this is already a celebration, an homage to Joyce. And we can talk about how in many ways Zappa and Joyce had similar agendas in what were they were doing. That is also something that Ian said. Everything was made to entertain Bob, and Bob thought everything was about him. But Ian said, no, it's not that, but it's that everything is flowing to Bob, like a river, the river run in the wake. So here is the Wake for Dummies version.
Well said.
Would you like to say something?
Yeah, that's.
I have a link.
You're waiting. Yeah, go ahead, Bert.
No, I have a link of a connection to Bob, Marshall McLuhan, Zappa, and Joyce, is that they're all great, but Bob is the greatest improviser. And I just read something last week. I was reading some of my notes that Northrop Frye said that McLuhan was the best improviser he ever heard. And Zappa was really good in improvising. That was how all of his concerts were really live, so he could improvise and experiment. And then when I think of what I've read from Finnegans Wake and read Finnegans Wake, it's like improvisation on paper to me, because the word it just goes everywhere, but it's taking you somewhere, but not really, but it is, So that's my link.
And you're saying I'm the greatest improviser? Did you just say that?
Yes. If you look at all, if you listen to all of his early radio shows and now just experience this now, Bob is the great improviser, and that's something that we all can learn to improvise on everyday life, because that's what Bob does when you're on the show. He takes time for everybody.
Right, and you know what I did, Bert? I improvised a new environment. So I go on the radio, and I have to make myself entertaining, appealing. McLuhan says, that which pleases teaches. So a teacher has to please, loosen up the audience before they'll take anything in. So you have to be pleasing or entertaining. So I go on there, building on what Bob Marshall had developed in this way ahead of everybody on the conspiracy stuff, and a comprehensive quadrophenic presentation of all different schools of conspiracy thinking. You know what I mean? A mosaic for people. He's not representing one point of view. So then I come in to build on that once he's fired by Adam Vaughan, who is now, a power behind the scenes in Canada's Prime Minister office, with Justin Trudeau, the son of the guy who hung out with Marshall McLuhan. That's Prime Minister Trudeau, 40 years ago. So I had to improvise things. So use and release the files. The myth that somebody for the people would get into the secret archives and release everything for everybody. Well, that's what I acted out. But I see now that I improvised a radio show. Then I improvised being in New York City. And then I improvised going to Hawaii, And then I had to come up with something else. It's one long conversation, one long music, right? One long piece, and you got to keep coming up with new stuff. So then I improvised non-physical. I brought him in as a new, hey, look at this. How about this, guys? Do you like this next little piece I'm going to play? And his voice comes in. It's a environmental improvisation. I'm just realizing that. That's pretty good, based on Bert's eulogy, or whatever you call it, homage. I realized I improvised environments. And then we improvised RNA drops, which we didn't even know. See, the great humor of it is, when RNA drops started to be known and people started to buy it, Chad writes to me, do you know anything about these drops? I write back, no. And then he writes to me, are you taking it? Yes. You know, we came in, we improvised a strange relationship to the drops from the beginning. It's pretty neat. Great way of marketing. So yes, I am
this famous
Go ahead.
Stream of consciousness, the river run. It's like a property of what we do now, the whole streaming. Everybody's streaming and everybody's becoming addicted to this streaming of information, of TV series, of podcasts.
Improvisation. And you're right.
Conversations, music.
Right, and Zappa is a radical improviser, because what qualified specialist musician would admit that when they go and perform their solos, they make it up? Nobody ever admitted that. You had to pretend you had a skill.
Yes.
Or the Kings would lop your head off. You know, you had to pretend you had something. And Zappa admits, and it was quite bizarre 30 years ago when he was saying this, I just make it up. And nobody could believe that he did it because it was so good. Well, nobody can believe that I improvised Ion. Nobody can believe that Carol improvises her medical response to people. That's what's so incredible about her medical show. You hear someone improvising a response to unforeseen medical problems.
Yes, and
go ahead.
You are all creating this wake in progress. There is this concept of the conceptual continuity of the whole thing, the whole work that then links to the work of others. And Joyce arrived to this mastery of the phonetic Kabbalah, of the language of the alchemist. And Zappa is the master of the instrument, of the improvisation that the conversation takes us to the nowhere, to the now here, because the music is happening in the now.
Yes. Now here, that's right.
Is this moment. And I think what Zappa was doing with this remixing and recording and replay of all his work is very similar to what Joyce is doing with the whole civilization, with all myths.
Yes.
They're all remixing all these many songs.
The electric environment uses everything for its content. The electric media, from movies to radio to television and computers, absorbs and spits out all previous media. So Joyce and Zappa, to mime what was going to become the Endor meme, had to contain everything in their art. They had to absorb everything. And it's called, Egyptian pharaoh modality. But that's the point. They had to include everything because the electric media was doing that. Anyways, right in front of everybody.
Yes, and it's like in the Tempest, also more thundering by Shakespeare. There is a magician, Prospero, I think.
Prospero.
He's a master of using illusion to manipulate everybody or the situation, the environment. So that's the pornography Ion was talking about. All the medias are like these Prospero illusions that are going to take us to this moment of the new cloud.
Before the real cloud shows up, Ion.
The tempest before the calm, or how do you say that?
Tempest before the calm, before the storm.
The tempest
means a
before
storm. The tempest.
No,
the tempest before the tempest squared. Hey, it's the tempest before the tempest squared, because tempest means storm. So there always was a storm in human experience, just like the Finnegans Wake begins with the battle on the second page, and then the Android meme replays the storm. So it's the tempest squared. Now note what do we have on the tiny note chart? The tempest, that play and its character Prospero are the main guys in the Dobbs quadrant. Did you notice that? I have that. I present myself as Prospero and Henry V.
Yes.
You see, your magnitude. You're the biggest Maggie. You are the magnitude.
Yes, I'm the biggest Maggie. And you're mere pornography. You're coming up with interpretations of me that are predicting what I already did, but you're the simulation of it. You come up with the idea before I tell you that it's already there.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I just really see it. And in The Tempest, Shakespeare is a little like the Android meme, because he's quoting sometimes word by word many different authors, but before that was not seen as plagiarism. It was a type of homage. And Zappa and Joyce do that a lot, this quoting of different types of music, and all meets all stories, like the Android meme. Everything is in the wake.
Now, I went out to my garage to get this. This is the Medium is the Massage, apparently one McLuhan book that Roxy doesn't have. But on page 120, which runs up against 122, McLuhan opens page 120 with listening to the simultaneous messages. So he's talking about James Joyce. So James Joyce, listening to the simultaneous messages of Dublin, James Joyce released the greatest flood of oral linguistic music that was ever manipulated into art. I wanted to point out the oral linguistic music. In a way, it's hendiades. Oral. Why would you say oral linguistic music? You could say oral music, but it's got linguistic in there. That covers everything, all forms of expression, manipulating art. So he released the greatest flood of oral linguistic music, which Zappa tried to do in music per se.
Yes.
Joyce did it with the book, and Zappa tried to do it with his recordings. The greatest oral, a lot of talk, Civilization Phase 3, a lot of playing with languages. There's this great line where he says, you don't even know your own language. He's making fun of the people who can't speak their own language, and it's music. And, he called, linguistic music would be sprechstimme, the talking song, right? If you took linguistic as literally, the mouth. But it's a great statement. Listening to the simultaneous message of Dublin, so the environment of Dublin, Joyce turned it into the greatest flood of oral linguistic music. So Zappa, listening to the global village or the global theater of media, turned it into a oral linguistic music manipulated into art. It's a great line. So then, after that, there's a great quote from Finnegans Wake, and it says, the prouts, or poets, the prouts who will invent a writing there ultimately is the poeta. So the humans, the prouts, who will invent a writing there ultimately is the poets, or the poeta, still more learned, who discovered the raiding, R-A-I-D-I-N-G, there originally. That's the point of eschatology. That means the ultimate mystery landscape. That's the point of eschatology. Our book of kills, based on the book of Kells on one level, that's the point of eschatology. Our book of kills reaches for now in so-and-so many counterpoint words. What can't be coded can be decoded if an ear-eye sees what no eye ear grieves for. Ear is before, E-R-E. What can't be coded can be decoded if an ear-eye, meaning yes, eye, sees what no eye, ear, or before, grieves for. Now, the doctrine obtains. So this is what Joyce is saying, what his ideal, his structural guiding principle. The doctrine obtains. We have occasioning cause. Think of Ion talking about temporary figure-ground ratios of causes. We have occasioning cause, causing effects, and affects occasionally recausing alter effects. That's Joyce describing how he wrote his book, and that's Zappa, how he made his music, and then Ion acting it out. Did you get that?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This gargantuan creativity of all these artists is the pornography before the real environment that is coming.
Yes.
It's
pornography.
It's the ice cream.
That's right.
The representation
of the above environment. Now, let me read. This page is pretty important. So now another big paragraph McLuhan writes. So he's making the big summary statement. James Joyce is in the wake, or in Finnegans Wake, making his own Altamira cave drawings. So McLuhan's saying that Joyce was making cave drawings, which were meant not to be seen, but to act on the world invisibly, like ESP. So Joyce is, in Finnegans Wake, making his own Altamira cave drawings of the entire history of the human mind in terms of its basic gestures and postures during all the phases of human culture and technology. So all the figures and gestures of the mind are responding to grounds of changes in culture and technology. As his title indicates, Joyce saw that the wake, like the death, the end of human progress, can disappear again. Or it can mean the wake of a ship, just the ongoing inventions and effluence and flow, river run of what's coming off the back of the ship, the wake. So as his title indicates, Joyce saw that the wake of human progress can disappear again into the night of sacral or auditory man. Sacral means a sense of sacred environment, whereas literate man is profane. He's detached. He doesn't care about the environment as much as the primitive man. So Joyce saw that the wake of human progress can disappear again into the night of sacral or auditory man. The Finn cycle of tribal institutions can return in the electric age. But if again, says McLuhan, then let's make it a wake, kill them off, or a wake, or both. So kill them off, or just be aware of what's going on, or do both, killed off and be aware. Joyce could see no advantage in our remaining locked up in each cultural cycle as in a trance or dream. He discovered the means of living simultaneously in all cultural modes while quite conscious. See, that's quadrophenia. So Zappa, he discovered the means to engage all kinds of music while quite conscious. Dobbs discovered the means of talking to any idiot that called in any form of individualistic eccentricity while remaining quite conscious. I cite
yes,
Corbett
and that's also
example.
your DJ. You mix all genres.
The DJing.
All
genres. No one has ever played cosmic Mozart and then played Shelley Faber singing Johnny Angel. No one has ever dared to mix that. That is obscene.
Yes, but that's the wake.
Yes, that is the wake, and that's Zappa. Yeah.
Yes, and there have been some efforts to make catalogs of all the allusions, all the quotations, all the allegories to music in the work of Joyce, but it's so much that nobody has until now arrived to to do this catalog of
You're saying they haven't done a musical catalog? There's not a musical catalog?
So they're trying. There are some people making this type of catalogs and yeah, all the songs that are listed, all the allusions, all the allegories to music, to sound. But until now, nobody has a final list because so much.
Too much?
It's really,
see, they don't recognize every song is in there. And half the stuff they're projecting, but that's included. So when I said the other day, there are about 50,000 books written on Joyce, called the Joyce industry. Well, there are hundreds of books like the following. Shakespeare in Joyce. There'll be a whole book of every variation of Shakespeare that Joyce put in Ulysses, Finnegans Wake, and the other books. Then they'll do Dante. Then they'll do Jonathan Swift. There's many books taking some famous artist and showing how it's riddled through Finnegans Wake or Ulysses.
Or the Bible, you know what I mean? Or the Emerald Tablets.
Yes. And religions and the Book of the Dead and Madame Blavatsky's Isis Unveiled. So there is the best book of this is the Annotations of Finnegans Wake, put together by Roland McHugh, who followed all the critics for decades, noting what they would find, and then picked like the top 3 interpretations for every line. But he has a great inventory of music and everything. He looked at all the different inventories in different books and then put it in one book. So he's the best for looking at it all when you're reading it, when you read through it. It's called Roland McHugh's Annotations to Finnegans Wake. Roland McHugh. And I think
yes, and in a way I think...
let me just say this. There's a McHugh who's a character in either Ulysses or Finnegans Wake or both. The name McHugh. You find some Joyce scholars maybe are Joyce scholars because their name is in the book. It's a family tradition. Yes, they identify with their name being in the book. So what were you going to say? Go ahead.
Yes, but Zappa was aspiring to do this with the music, what Joyce did with the words, this amazing catalog of all musics.
Right. Now, you can make a case. It's a debate. I used to ask Eric McLuhan which came first, the sound or the eye or the ear. Occasionally, McLuhan would say the ear was the ground, but he was an eye man in the end, sort of. So the battle between which is the beginning, eye or ear. Now, we could say tactility and other levels are there, but just taking the simple battle, is it the eye or the ear? I asked him in 1986 which came first, the eye or the ear, and he says, well, they're still working on that. There's still an ongoing debate, and there'll be a debate forever. But you can say, can one, as Frank Zappa, include all sounds by playing all the sounds? Or Finnegans Wake, which is an eye phenomenon, because there's no ground and the way he juxtaposes everything, does Joyce evoke more music than Zappa? Or more music than the radio or the internet, YouTube? Which way is the way to evoke everything? Through the eye or the ear? Like Cage tried to do in Oratorio, John Cage. That's an ongoing debate. And it seems to favor the eye. So you got on page 52, television kills telephony in Brothers Brawl, but the eyes demand their turn. So they're going to try to do it. Let them be seen. See, so for literate man, the book makes it. For tribal man, Zappa would win, I think. The ear, the bias determines who's the winner. But does the book include more than Joyce? I mean, more than Zappa? Because of the way his method of using the pun.
In a way, both Zappa and Joyce were mystics, but mystics in the sense it had before, because the mystic experience in antiquity was not only with the religare, the reconnection, the religion. it was a tactile experience. They will do rites. They will take substances. They will dance. They will speak. They will get in touch with this thingness. And in a way, this ecstasy was the thing that was the initiation, like in the Allusion mysteries, which sounds like Ulysses. And in the Ulysses, it's like a man who wants to get some, I think, kidneys or something like that for breakfast, lives the whole Odyssey in one day. So it's like the normal guy has some experience that shakes his world, and then he becomes the mythic hero. And when Joyce takes the apostrophe from the Finnegans Wake,
the apostrophe,
he makes the singular into plural, like everybody's Finnegan.
Right.
And Zappa has a song called Apostrophe.
Apostrophe.
So maybe we should.
He has an album called Apostrophe.
Yeah, it is.
We should play. Yeah, we'll play Apostrophe.
Maybe we should
now, here's a couple of
play it because it's a big thing.
We will.
Just to remove that.
Well, now you're getting into the way I like to talk. You're getting into the way I like. You're mixing into Joyce, Wake, McLuhan, all of it, and myself. So what you said so far...
This is the initiation.
The initiation.
That waits for the summit. For the foiling.
Now, McLuhan... listen to this. So McLuhan, in an essay, writes, unpublished essays, writes about the two kinds of secret societies, the two mystical traditions, and they're called the Manichaean or Gnostic traditions. So he talks about how T.S. Eliot uses one or the other, and Joyce uses one or the other, and Lewis uses one or the other. So what's the difference? One is moral uplift through sort of detachment and not getting involved in the tribal rituals, leaving the society, withdrawing from it, and rising up to a higher state, an exalted state. That's called vertical symbolism in mysticism. The alternative is not to withdraw, but to plunge yourself into the society, into the mystic rites, into the participation, into the Eleusinian mysteries, and obliterate yourself in the ricocheting of the mirrors of experience. So there are two kinds of obliterating yourself. You can rise up and get rid of your ego and some transcendent state, or you can just get downtown and have a week-long Saturday night and lose yourself, lose your ego in the ricocheting situation, and that's called horizontal symbolism. So these were two mystical traditions based on that life was a fallen condition, and it's fucked up, and you've got to get out of life. You've got to kill yourself in some way. So the Gnostics they began with the premise that it was a fallen world. So then Christ comes along and says, no, it's not a fallen world, it's a glorious world. Ion would agree with that. But Ion also subtly recommends withdrawal at certain points. But now we come to 20th century religion, and the evergreens, what was unique about the evergreens, they were the first medium that did not emphasize vertical symbolism. They almost didn't recommend horizontal symbolism, but they did say the body is sacred. They made a big deal of using your senses to transform yourself, not withdraw into abstract meditation, though that's a kind of sensory life, but that's a proprioceptive, inner, abstract, multidimensional, etheric exploration of yourself. But what was new for mediums who always had this lofty idea of divine, get access to your divine, lofty self, so they tended to be vertical symbolism, especially in the literate world. The Gutenberg Galaxy favored withdrawal from the world, like the monks and the monasteries, with a visual bias. So Gutenberg Galaxy emphasized vertical symbolism. But once you got into the 20s and 30s, and what Wyndham Lewis called the dithyrambic or dancing robotic spectator, the horizontal symbolism took over in the 20th century, the orgiastic, the scenes of the cities in those documentaries of the 20s. So the orgiastic gets mad at the Christian priest moralists of the vertical symbolist school, who had the advantage during Gutenberg Galaxy. But when you get in the Marconi Galaxy, the orgiastic, the multi-level drug-taking and exploring horizontal symbolism has the advantage. So you had these two modalities expressed between the Gutenberg Galaxy and the Marconi Galaxy. McLuhan said that Joyce maneuvered between both of them. And so that was the wise maneuver. What?
In Greek, mystes means both mystic and secret agent. And
right.
That's Bob.
Exactly.
You are both types of mystic.
Yes, this
of revelator.
Right. Because the secret agent is in the ivory tower, watching secretly. He may be mingling in the crowd, but he's faking involvement. He's operating sort of from the vertical symbolism. So that's from the ivory tower. But the other method is to become an activist and get in there in the demonstrations and stir up shit like the FBI would do. They just infiltrate groups and cause the terrorism, the radical actions. So yeah, there's two kinds of provocateur situation. The problem for the elites over the last, say, 50 years was the vertical school was weak and the horizontal school was weak because people were becoming tactile interplay. They were doing both left hemisphere and right hemisphere. And the global population has tried to express that. The people in their rock music, in their pop culture, have tried to express, well, I'm neither. Like they'll go, like, what's his name? Bono. Who's the main guy in U2? Is his name Bono? He would, he
Bono,
runs
yeah.
orgiastic. Yeah, Bono runs orgiastic, big, huge festival rock shows with media overload, and then goes and visits George Bush and tries to have some practical social agenda. So he goes to the ivory tower of the White House, but at the same time mingles with the hoi polloi in the clubs. So the population is more and more adopted what Madonna said. Okay, so I contradict myself. So what? I'm more than one person. So when the population started to become quadrophenic, the elites couldn't use one school against another because the population was more and more becoming both schools. And then you got both bodies. Now, there was one more point there. So you've got the two schools. The evergreens are the first medium to emphasize the body and in predicting what Ion says. Ion includes the quadrophenic plus the detached plus the involved, depending on who he's talking to. There's probably no evidence of a teacher having so many different responses to whatever's presented to it as Ion. He's a whole encyclopedia of contradictory and frustrating responses to whatever you're presenting. You hear a lot of wisdom from Ion, then you come in and start asking a question, and Ion tells you to basically fuck off. You, unfortunately, don't get the answers this time. And then someone else comes in, and Ion just slowly gives the answer. You never know how Ion's going to react to the caller. So it's not the old-fashioned consistent. Philosophers and thinkers in the Gutenberg Galaxy tried to be consistent. The chaotic horizontal symbolists aren't necessarily consistent. They encourage disruption. So
the mystic is the initiate, and also music comes from this mystic. So
right.
We have
so I would add this.
The road of
in the seventh. What?
Yes.
Your last words. What were you saying?
That the mystic has like the function of revealing this thing that he gets from the thingness that not everybody sees, not everybody hears.
Right.
And they also had like a higher agenda. It's like they're not only
there it is.
The perfection of themselves, but of the environment. They're affecting the whole environment and everybody.
Okay, now think of that. The higher agenda is the vertical school of transcendence, but the horizontal agenda is to recognize you're inside an environment. You can't escape the world of mortar, and so you try to manipulate it or make an art form out of it. So you're transcending, and yet you're forced to be involved. So you see that in the Emerald Tablets. Thoth is being separate from everybody, being a Rai guru more than anybody else, telling them, pointing them to make this discipline, retreat, separate yourself from the tribe and move for the ascendant vertical position. But at the same time, there's all this advice of how to live in the crowd that the Emerald Tablet gives you about, hey, you're up against dark brothers and mafias and little men that'll kill the shit out of you if you're not careful. You know what I mean? So both approaches are offered by Thoth. Interacting in society and engaging the hoi polloi, while secretly having little classes where you help people withdraw from their hoi polloi.
Yes, and
then you see
sorry.
Yeah, let me say this. So you see how the media environments act out this dilemma that goes back before media, just humans in a tribe, in a group. What does the ascended person do with this tribe of people he's interacting with? I remember, I think it's in the movie The Black Rose, the little dwarf shaman in this Canadian Indian culture, he lives outside the tribe. He lives in a little tent off in the woods, and he's by himself, and he's a nut. But he's the shaman they've got to come to, but he lives by himself. You now have visual space and acoustic space, the different media environments, symbolically act out the dilemma. So the Android meme itself is acting out the battle between the vertical school and the horizontal school in its own manipulation of imagery. It's being mimed by the Android meme, this dilemma. And that's what Joyce is trying to show, where George Steiner says that Joyce is trying to have the language tell its own story. Zappa is trying to have music tell its own story by having music tell what parts it programs, what its octaves do, what's the effect on people that music as an organism knows it has. So Zappa is trying to let music tell the story.
Yes, and we see how both had this higher agenda, and it's transforming all of the Finnegans, all of the groupies, all of the firstlings.
Right. Now here's a point. Zappa says in his Rolling Stone 1968 interview, "We are not entertainment." In other words, he's separating himself from the hoi polloi. He's being a vertical symbolist. He says, we have something to teach you, something you should learn. Like in his Life magazine article, if you're dancing up in that orgiastic disco and having a great time, would you listen if someone came along and said, hey, buddy, a society that needs all the friends it can get using this force, what do you think of that? Do you think that's viable? And he says, would you listen? So you got Zappa denying his peopleness, his just another musician, but on Freakout, he says the lyrics to, I don't remember which song it was, but he says, yeah, I'm telling you this and criticizing that, but maybe I'm just a musician and it's not my place to tell you what's going on. It's not my place to make songs with political or spiritual messages. He includes himself as just another Joe in the crowd. You know, maybe I'm just here to, if you take the lyrics as Zappa's own thoughts or words, he could just be miming a dull musician who can't figure out how to transcend and how to declare themselves as not entertainment, so they just say, maybe I shouldn't criticize you, I'm just here to be an entertainer. So he has the dialectic right there in his beginning albums of the two types of mysticism. And then Ion comes in, not Manichaean, it includes the two traditions, but says, you don't need to transcend yourself. You are not, it's not a fallen world. The world's not broken. And he does a lot on that idea. And he gets you to relax on thinking that you have to get out of this prison you've found yourself in.
Yes, like you said, if you're not happy in this world, you're not going to be happy in other world because you're taking yourself. It's not the world, it's you.
Right. So you
maybe
go ahead. Maybe.
No, I was going to say maybe we listen to the Apostrophe, but you have more to say.
Oh, I have another thing about apostrophe. There's several meanings. Apostrophe is technically a form of verse or creation where you address an animal or an inanimate form. Let me just bring that up. You're addressing, well, I would say in the 70s you would be addressing the android meme. So apostrophe, and this is an example of Zappa, who would claim that he hasn't even got any special literate education other than in music, coming up with this very obscure term of what an apostrophe is. Let's see. So you have the traditional apostrophe is a punctuation mark. Now I've got to find the other meaning.
Yes, I have the impression that he really knew a lot, but he never wanted to sound like an intellectual or a pedantic.
Because he was in the crowd. He didn't want to stand and be like the ivory tower mystic. And even Bob Dylan writes about that in one of his songs. He says, you know, Eliot and Pound arguing in their ivory tower. Now, so the generation, the baby boomer generation of Zappa and Dylan are part of, they're responding to the horizontal symbolism of the electronic age where you can't get the ivory tower position anymore. So they don't like the modernists, the Eliots, the Joyce, the Lewis, the Yeats, who are still standing off from the crowd and making these very complex epics. They don't accept their everydayness the way the baby boomers have to, because it's a bigger, involving environment that's very hard to have a perspective on or have a point of view. So both Zappa and Dylan are self-conscious about appearing to be the detached, nerdy intellectual like T.S. Eliot.
So they were hiding it then, what you're saying, Bob. They were aware of it, but they just took a different approach. In order to adapt.
Because the medium they were using determined that. You can't be a nerdy, detached intellectual in a rock and roll show. Imagine Jerry Lee Lewis stopping in the middle of his crazy piano playing and then lecturing on the grammatics of the trivium. You know, or he goes into the quadrivium. You can't do it. He had to have his hair banging on. But here's what's funny.
You do it.
Zappa did do it. Zappa would, in the middle of a rock concert, stop and conduct. How nerdy can you get? He started conducting the rock band. He got away with it.
Speaking of that, I saw a video.
It's a joke, like.
Just a minute. No, let me just hear what Bert's going to say. You saw a video, what?
No, I saw a video last week of, there's a 10-minute video on YouTube, the best conductor ever of Zappa. And his hand techniques, he takes conducting to a whole nother level. I mean, I'm just used to the guy with the wand, but if you look at his hand techniques, it's kung fu.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Because it made me think of that when you played that piece earlier. I said I would love to see how he was using his hands to conduct that song.
Right. So now there's a documentary out. Roxy posted it. They just did it at Sundance. I mean, Sundance is usually in January, I think. And it's just excerpts of Zappa talking about all different kinds of things in different interviews at different phases of his career. And people are just blown away. One of the reviewers says, geez, you start to see that there's another Zappa there, this hyper nerdy, intellectual, learned fucking guy that has these incredible, sophisticated opinions that are totally inappropriate for pop culture, That comes out in this documentary. He's like a clinical scientist thinker.
Talks with serious composers, and he, at the end, was playing with the Ensemble Modern here in Germany. Yeah. So he could mingle also with this higher culture.
Right. And he not only played off the vertical school versus the horizontal school, he also left the world of art and engaged in interviews. In politics. He didn't specialize as a music, like Stravinsky and them, or just remain composers, right? And they might be hinting at quadrophenia in their art. But Zappa drops music when the wall goes down. He even drops, publishing my interview with him, which he thought should be made into an album, and becomes a businessman trying to help Russians overcome the collapse of the wall, collapse of the Cold War. He's formed a company called Why Not to involve himself in helping Russians become capitalists, because he didn't want them to fall back into communism. So that's pretty good. And there are famous artists. Yeats went into politics. He became a senator in Ireland. But Zappa is engaging in he shows up in porn magazines. There's no area he doesn't engage in. He's what else did he do? He would go into classrooms and lecture, but he would be ironic. He did a couple of educational videos. He definitely tried to not be limited to the role of a genius, the ivory tower genius. He was a people's man trying to become, like the Everett said, Zappa would have made a great alderman, a great city councilor for a city. It might have been over his head being a president, because you have to go through the Byzantine intelligence agency bureaucracy to be a president, because you have to connect with the past. You have to go and meet the historical figures so far removed from them that you can't take the time to have someone learn that. You have to go through a kid whose father was a politician and dealt with these people in their career, and the kid was around and saw them and met them. You know what I mean? They knew the complexity of the political process. Now, of course, we are wiping out that complexity, which is the meaning of Trump. That Byzantine thing doesn't work anymore. Too many bodies for people to stay in the organizing of the pecking order in a big brother situation. So here's the definition of apostrophe. The other definition, it says it is an exclamatory figure of speech. It occurs when a speaker breaks off from addressing the audience, for example in a play, and directs speech to a third party, such as an opposing litigant or some other individual, sometimes absent from the scene. Now, when the creator or the actor addresses the audience, that's a characteristic of Menippean satire. So this is another kind of leaving the audience, leaving the action of the play, and addressing something out of the context, which is slightly Menippean. It says, often the addressee, often what is addressed is a personified abstract quality or inanimate object. In dramatic works and poetry written in or translated into English, such a figure of speech is often introduced by the vocative exclamation, O, letter O. Poets may apostrophize a beloved, the muse, God, love, time, or any other entity that can't respond in reality. So in Apostrophe, the album, Zappa spent a lot of time addressing a dog called Fido. Okay? So it's almost like a symbol for Zappa is addressing the android meme, the environment that's come alive. And
but I also see it as the fight between personal freedom of expression against the authority, like
the tribal mandate, the group consciousness.
They treat you like a small kid or like a pet, like a dog, like just obey. Here's
here's Zappa. He's doing this
your
great
entertainment.
Right. Here's your great horizontal, orgiastic, great music on emotional multitude music, but the vertical symbolist part of Frank, of his images, he's addressing you from an ivory tower position that you're just an inanimate entity. And the dog is the symbol for Menippean satire for some of us, because Diogenes was a philosopher of cynicism, and they talked about dog behavior. They addressed people as dogs. So it's very important that Zappa is addressing the android meme, which is a Menippean object. The android meme makes fun of the chemical body. And so it's Menippean what Frank's doing there. It follows the laws of Menippean satire by having the dog. And his Barking Pumpkin Records logo has a dog and a cat barking. So you have this interaction of the polarities of a dog and a cat. So
in the Middle Ages, there was a punishment. When somebody was a rebel, they will make them walk naked or with a nightgown on the streets, and the person, the rebel, had to carry a dog, and that was like the symbol of obedience to the Lord. That he will have to repent, and
he was being healed.
This type of,
he was being healed.
Yeah, he will carry a procession like the dog, like in a procession, and everybody will insult him through stone.
Right, he's repenting.
Yeah.
Right, he was being beat over with a St. Louis Slugger because he become a dog, which is what a healing is, and he got a good healing by the tribe, and ostracized and beat up and punished. The dog is.
And remember, everybody has to remember they have to obey, like the pet, like the dog.
Yes.
And
the dog. The dog is very obedient, is what you're saying. Everybody, if you get punished for not being a dog, for not being a tribal obedient figure, right?
Yes, you have to be loyal and obedient. That was like.
Yes.
You have no say on this. That is not. You have to be. That's not your place. That's not your authority. That's not your function to say anything against.
And that ruled,
we don't care about your opinions.
Right, and that ruled in the horizontal, tribal, pre-literate, pre-individual, mass mind cultures. But when you started to write and read, you started to separate yourself from the tribe. And McLuhan quotes in Cliché to Archetype that in the Middle Ages, the peasants would describe someone who could read as a guy with a hawk's beak or an eagle beak, like a very aggressive face or mask. When you were reading, you were really being antisocial. You know what I mean? You were leaving the tribal rhythms. And then the pretty press came in and dominate, so that all the tribal cultures around the world became captives of the eagle-beaked, literate civilization out of Europe, right? These crazy.
Yes, and then Antonin Artaud barks on the stage later on.
What'd you say?
Antonin Artaud.
Oh, Artaud, yes. Antonin Artaud becomes a dog. Right. He takes the Gutenberg art form of theater, and theater it's a visual perspective. It's the audience is looking at something on a stage using your eye. It's multimedia within Gutenberg Galaxy. But radio and movies have created a virtual reality that obsolesces the detached eye reality, the Gutenberg reality of theater. So Antonin Artaud invented a new kind of theater. He called it the theater of cruelty, he was acting out how Gutenberg theater was ridiculous and useless. So he would put on a play, and all he would do was crawl around like a dog and bark. That was his play. He was showing how stupid it was to put on a play. And, of course, he became famous doing that and became avant-garde symbol for all kinds of art in the 60s, all kinds of theater. And, you know, he's the one who composed the idea of virtual in 1938. He called movies where he talked about a virtual entertainment. He used the word virtual. I don't know where he got it from or why, but the phrase virtual reality goes back to this madman who was doing, you know, psilocybin, arresting him, putting himself in insane asylums every now and then just to regain some kind of composure. I mean, a very matter of fact, I have a new book, Sévère L'Étranger, the guy who popularized all these French postmodern people with the semiotext series in the 80s, made Baudrillard and everybody that Roxy had to study in 20 years ago in university. They were made famous by Sévère L'Étranger, who was a French professor in the French department in Columbia. So he wants to get in touch with the art community, the village scene, and whatever is happening in the below 14th Street in New York City. So he meets Patti Smith and everybody and gets involved with them. And he starts the semiotext series, which he modeled on McLuhan's Medium is the Massage, the little book I'm just reading from. He says he wanted to have a pocket book that people could read at lunch break, and you just have in their purses a little book as they were sitting on the subways. So his latest book, after doing this for 30, 40 years, is called Mad Like Artaud, A-R-T-A-U-D. It's a book about Antonin Artaud, and I learned he was this expert, or he studied as a professor, Artaud, because when I was at that postmodern conference in Banff in December 1997 that Sévère invited me to, he did a lecture on Artaud, a detailed lecture like the way I would do McLuhan. So the back of the book says, those who are mad like Antonin Artaud, are they just as mad as he was? Madness, like the plague, is contagious, and everyone, from Artaud's psychiatrists to his disciples, to his family, to his critics, everyone who gets close to Artaud seems to participate in his delirium. Sévère L'Étranger explores various embodiments of the shared delirium through what Artaud called mental dramas, that's in quote, mental dramas, a series of confrontations with his witnesses, or, in other words, his fans. He would call his fans persecutors. A series of confrontations with his witnesses or persecutors in quotes, where we uncover the raw delirium at work, even in Sévère L'Étranger himself. So L'Étranger admits that he goes mad trying to explain Artaud's madness. Okay? That's why it's called Mad Like Artaud. The author is mad like Artaud. So Mad Like Artaud does not intend to add one more layer of commentary to the bitter controversies that have been surrounding the cursed poet's work since his death in 1948, nor does it take sides among the different camps who are still haggling over his corpse. This book speaks of the site, or the place of Artaud, the meme of Artaud, where madness itself is simmering. So I bought this just lately. I haven't read it, but it looks interesting. But that's what we're talking about. That's Artaud. He went mad as an art form. And he was part of the Surrealists, the Dadists, very well-known artist in the 20s and 30s. He even had radio shows. But he became pretty outrageous and pissed a lot of people off. He just was a guy out of control. He was an early Ionette. Or am I exaggerating? Is any Ionette worth that? I don't know.
A Maggie.
So I'm looking for... What?
He was a Maggie.
A Maggie, right. So looking at the table of contents, it starts off, the Artaud Affair, and the subtitle is, Was Artaud Christian? And it's called Introfiction. So instead of introduction, it's called Introfiction. Part 2, Do I Have Done with All Judgment? And it's an interview with Jacques Latremoille. I guess he knew Antonin Artaud, and the interview is called, I Talked About God with Antonin Artaud. I talked with God about Antonin Artaud. So I talked about God with Antonin, and then I talked with God about Antonin. And that's called To Have Done with All Judgment. Then the third chapter is Clinical Cruelty. Who is Dr. Ferrier? The Good Soul of Rodez. And that includes an interview with Gaston Ferrier. So I guess these are people that were involved with Artaud. And then the next chapter, All Paranoiacs. And the subtitle, False Witnesses. Interview with Paul Thevenin. Epilogue, Quiet Days in Ivory. A fictional interview with Antonin Artaud. So, 209, let's see what that is. 209, so I guess Silver, no, it's too detailed to read. I can't read that. But anyways, looking forward to reading this book. Now, Silver, here's what Silver did. He was the husband or boyfriend or something of Kathy Acker. You ever heard of Kathy Acker, Roxy?
No.
She was the wild female top novelist, radical anarchist, post-feminist, whatever, of the 70s and 80s coming out of New York City. Kathy Acker is someone, a Maggie. She was a fucking crazy Maggie that all the kids have to learn in college, right? They study Kathy Acker. But she came out of Sévère Letranger's scene. And I remember when I was doing the radio show in the late 80s, this guy, a poet friend of mine, I half knew him a little bit, he said he went to the William Burroughs presentation in Toronto. So Burroughs came out, did his thing, and the guy, Greg Evison, he liked Burroughs, but he said some maniac woman came out, and she was god-awful, man. She was this crazy poet trying to be a female version of Burroughs, and it was outrageous. And I'd never heard of her, but I remembered the name. And then later, a couple of years later, I started to hear, holy shit, Greg hated the most famous woman of the 80s. So I thought that was interesting. So Kathy Acker, so when she died when I was at the Banff, Alberta, at the conference in December 97. Sever had to leave a week before, or he just came back. Like he was just dealing with her because she got cancer, and she went down to Tijuana, and she was trying to do what they thought were all these crack therapies. And she died right around the time, or she died 2 weeks later. I could look it up, get the exact date. So I was talking to Sever about him dealing with Kathy Acker, and of course he knew a bit about Carolyn, but it was too late to deal with that. So he then got involved with this other woman, Chris Krause, who's a well-known art critic of the 80s and 90s, who came out of the same scene of New York City's Lower East Side. These, post-punk, Patti Smith era women artists, wannabes, and so Sever told me that when he and Chris Krause were invited to a bourgeois dinner party, and they'd be sitting there drinking wine with the bourgeois people, and then he and Chris would secretly start shifting the wine glasses around. So people unknowingly were drinking other people's wine, and they got a big kick out of this, of how they disrupted the bourgeois scene there. These are people who lived in crummy environments in the village, had no money, and just were used to, not bourgeois cleanliness rules. So now, I just looked up Kathy Acker. She died November 30th, 1997 in Tijuana, Mexico, so that was a week before I met with Sever in Banff, Alberta, at the art school in the mountains that Greg and Ginny just skied. Remember they went to the mountains a couple weeks ago? around Christmas. These incredible ski sites in the Alberta province, right beside British Columbia in Canada. The great skiing there. So she died November 30th, and I'm on a conference December 5th and 6th. So he had just come back from Tijuana, Severo was. And so now you have this crisscross. So one day I went to an art gallery, and there was the woman who, Kathy, I knew that Severo and Chris, his girlfriend, new wife, whatever they were, had disrupted her dinner. They did this thing in her home at her dinner party. She was an art critic, one of these snooty art editors that Roxy has to avoid in Berlin all the time, these snooty semi-academic people who use art for snobbery. So I proceeded to tell her what Severo told me he had done to her dinner party. And she was she wasn't shocked, but she kind of pretended she knew, oh, yeah, I knew he did that. So that was that. I knew that that's what Severo did. So on my trip in 2014, after seeing Roxy in Berlin, I went to Switzerland, and I smuggled myself into Severo's school. You have to be registered, you got to pay for it, but I would have told the story long back then of how I smuggled myself and pulled off 4 or 5 days. Every day I was there, some professor or something would try to get me kicked out because they knew I wasn't supposed to be there. But I showed up hoping Severo was there. I thought he'd be there, but he wasn't. He had left the week before. He had taught the week before, so I missed him. But I pretended that I knew all these other professors. So I winged it through for about 4 or 5 days, got through, dropping Severo's name whenever I had to. But I knew someday they would call Severo because some of them were pissed off. What is Severo doing? What is Severo inviting people? Severo knows the rules. You don't do this. You don't have people dropping in. So I know that someday Severo would get an email, a phone call saying, do you know a Bob Dobbs? Yes. Well, he caused all kinds of fucking shit there because he claimed you invite him there. And so Severo would be shocked when that happened, I assume. So in anticipation of when he got that call, as soon as I got back here, which would be the end of August 2014, I emailed Severo, and I said, when you hear about me, just consider this, Severo. I was just shifting the wine glasses on the dinner table. I was just moving around. Do you know what I mean? In other words, what he did to the bourgeois dinner party, I did to his scene. I moved the wine glasses around so unauthorized people were imbibing the learning in the wrong rooms with the wrong unhealthy vibe, or whatever you call it, the non-hygienic situation. So he never responded. So we'll have to see if one day I will find out. I will encounter the truth of how he reacted. I disrupted the bourgeois dinner table there. So isn't that neat?
Yes.
But I still respect his mind, so I'm going to read his book about Artaud. Because I'm sure Artaud in some way anticipated the outrageous life that I've lived. Remember, I was involved in the Kennedy assassination. Old Frank Zappa or Charles Bukowski, they can't claim that. Right?
Yes, you're a real mystic.
I'm a real mystic.
That is true. Real mystic. That's great.
Yeah.
That is right.
All right,
just
so
look
let's
at the timeline.
Listen to
in the timeline, you can see that.
Yes, on the you mean the diaries?
Yes, the diaries. Yes.
Right, but look up Kathy Acker, Acker. She's quite a phenomenon for the young kids out of suburbia in the 80s and 90s who they're literate basically, they're industrialized, so they have to have some artist as a figurehead for their identity. And then they end up, if they get in the art world, they make art about what a fraudulent thing it is being an artist. That's what their art's about later. about the dilemma of
it's only porno.
It's what?
It's the most obscene pornography. It's just, it's not the real thing. Art is just not the thing. It's porno.
It's kindergarten. They used to say that school was just for kids. Teachers babysat kids in school, all 12 levels. Well, the art world is babysitting, westernized psyche. Now includes everybody's psyche because the rest of the world went Western as a put-on. So the whole art world, and Andy Warhol acted it out. He acted like a babysitter. He'd just sit there in the factory, and all these fashion people or stars would come by, and he watched them act out their dramas, and he just sat there impassive like a babysitter. So he acted out the babysitter fact of the art world. And we are the only challenge. We are the only, as I did with Roxy.
I thought you were going to say we are the only babysitters.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I am the final babysitter. That's right. Yeah. Ian is a babysitter. Yeah, I am definitely a babysitter. Just sitting around waiting for humans to get their shit together so we can soar into the impossible abyss. But what was I going to say? The artwork. So I did that video with Roxy a couple weeks ago about the media matrix metamorphosis or something, mediamorphosis.
Yes.
That's about the art world, defining art. And so what did I do there? I basically smeared the art world, but I just showed how puny it is.
The Gutenberg galaxy is dead. Long live the cloud.
Right. So that Iondom is the final or the new revitalized art movement. We are the art movement of all art movements in so many levels, and we're not just limited to art. We're also the science movement. We're also the architecture movement. We are the janitor movement. We are the babysitter. We revitalize babysitting.
Yes, because what he's saying is art was just the representation of everything.
Right.
And it's not the real thing. And we are going to be able to create whole environments, whole worlds. And, I mean, compared to that, art is really nothing.
Tiny. It's tiny. And you talked about the Emerald Canticle. What is a canticle? It's a hymn or chant, typically with a biblical text, forming a regular part of a church service. So Joyce is talking about his book as an emerald canticle. He's singing the laws of thought. What is it called? The emerald tablets. Is there another term for them? He's singing the emerald tablets, and he calls it an emerald canticle. Also says it's another name for the Song of Songs, especially in the Vulgate version of the Bible. So, emerald canticle is quite a mixed media term.
Yes, and
anything else?
Something Ion is saying, all you're doing is the new song.
Right.
And there is also another thing with Ion that sometimes we don't hear the answer, or sometimes he disappears, but he claims he's talking to us all the time, but the rhythm and the frequency is different, so we have to sync to them again. So it's this music we are playing together. This conversation is the new song. And there is this thing that Zappa was doing with different rhythms playing at the same time, like 2 against 3, and very complex rhythms happening all together. Yes, and it's like everybody has a frequency and a rhythm, and sometimes that's why we cannot hear Ion, but they're actually there all the time.
Yeah.
And this is the thing you have to think in.
Yeah, you're saying we have to sing the hidden frequencies. I actually got more information about the underlying frequencies in today's session with Ion. But, the frequencies, he calls them vibrational pulses. Finally got a new term. What do you call the things underneath subatomic particles, underneath our words? it came out, the new term is vibrational pulses, is what we are trying to sing to.
Wow. Yes, and that's the most beautiful thing for me is he's telling you there is some music inside you, in your molecules, in your cells, all these rhythms in your body.
Right.
You are music.
And music is a term from mortar to indicate beauty, to indicate for the little man something glorious. But the actual music is more than glorious, or it's not on the emotional level. It's a different kind of percept than just mere emotional fun.
In Zappa and Joyce and you and Ion, everything is a vortex around music. Everything is...
Yeah. Of vibrational pulses which are not limited. It's not limited to music or sound. It's vibrational pulses. Damn, that's a good one.
I was saying Joyce took the apostrophe away from the Finnegans Wake and gave it to Zappa.
Yes. Excellent pattern there. Yes. That's nice. Nice one. Let's see if Bert. Is Bert disconnected? I think we got to bring Bert. Is that you, Bert? Yeah, that's Bert.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so what we'll do for the Zappa hour, I realize we better delete the Nelson thing. Nothing dramatic happened that I could exploit, so we will delete the Nelson portion of the Zappa hour plus, so that people will not be subject to what we just heard. So we must fill in a few more hours of stuff to equal our annual.
Yes, but there is a lot because
6 hour output.
Another thing that I suppose Zappa will admire from Joyce, that he said that was a real guy.
Yeah.
Is the fact that the Ulysses was prohibited in America for 10 years. There was a big trial because they said it was pornographic, and usually they were presenting to the media things for children, 8-year-olds. They said it is because they want to protect the younger ones, but in a way it's actually a way of keeping the population uninformed. And Joyce not only changed literature, but it changed a lot of much more, like this the laws for the liberty of expression that Zappa was also fighting a lot for this freedom of expression. Yeah, and the trial for the Ulysses lasted 10 years, and it was not allowed in America. If you took or bought a copy of the Ulysses, it was taken away or destroyed, but it was not allowed in the country.
Right. Exactly. Now, are you citing Ben Watson's article where he compares Zappa and Joyce and the similarities in their lives and artistic efforts?
No, just to the beginning. The thing when he asked why do you say James Joyce is one of your big influences? But maybe if you have the whole article.
No, I don't.
Go into that.
No, I don't. I do have his book. I think you've quoted most of what's available. I could check that later, but I'm just no. Wait a minute. You're quoting the book. There's an article on his website, militantaesthetics.com, which goes into the similarities. So I didn't send that to you?
No.
Okay, we'll have to do that next week. there's a long article where he goes through, starting off, they're both Catholic. They're both lapsed Catholics. And then it goes from there. So there's a lot of interesting similarities. Okay, so let me check what you sent us, Roxy, your emails.
Yes, we could maybe listen to a song by Joyce.
Okay.
It's called It Adieu, Lit Adieu. And I think it's the only song we have by Joyce, but he did much more. And as I said before, he was playing and studying music all his life.
Right. That's right. He went to the opera every night kind of thing. Engaged in the music world a lot. Lobbied for musicians in different, political difficulties. Yes, he didn't forget his involvement as a musician. So, and many people say Finnegans Wake, in the end, I don't know what it's talking about, but I just listen to the words as music. So for a simple interpretation, a lazy interpretation, and simple, is that he represented the musician against the book, and he turned the book into music. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
He was of the ear faction, which Wyndham Lewis did not appreciate. Wyndham Lewis being the I faction. Okay, so you're talking about, you say, Zappa apostrophe. James Joyce took the apostrophe away from the original title of the song, The Finnegans Wake, to make it universal. No more a single Finn, all are awake in progress, part of the conceptual continuity of Bob, Opus, Re Magnus. First version is Zappi Jr., second Zappa live in New York. So those are two Zappas. And then you have composed by Joyce. That's the one you're talking about, right? Composed by Joyce?
Yes. Yes, I think it will be nice because many people think he was only a great writer, but he was also a great musician.
Right.
Yes, he was a tenor. He played the guitar and he played the piano.
Awesome. That was pretty good.
And, I think one of
the... Who would sing?
I don't know the name.
The song? Just a second.
No, the voice, the singer.
Okay, let me bring it up.
But I think one of the greatest things that he achieved...
Roxy, the song is called Bid Adieu to Girlish Days. Bid Adieu to say goodbye to Girlish Days, sung by tenor Kevin McDermott.
And that's the Cantus number 5 from the chamber music poems.
That's not music. I would read it, correct?
Yes, you have the lyrics.
Right. So Joyce, there's another YouTube, The Rhythm of the Words. What's that one?
Well, that's the...
Kate
I think
Bush.
it's somebody... okay, like many musicians were inspired by Joyce because one of the things he could do, he could translate the music in his words, in his writing, this rhythm. It's really, it's very musical.
Right.
And there is a YouTube where Joyce himself is reading, I think, from Annabella Pluravel.
Yeah.
And Olivia Pluravel. And there you see the musicality of the words.
Yeah.
But this musicality inspired a lot of artists, serious composers and pop composers to make songs like Kate Bush or Led Zeppelin. Because another thing in the traditional music of Ireland, they have music that is nonsensical, because they have very old songs from the time of the Lost Tribes. No, but nobody knows what they really. They don't know what they mean.
Right.
So it's just like listening to sounds like, but very beautiful songs. And I suppose because he knew that type of music, that was maybe the source to create the Thunderwords.
Right.
These words that say a lot and are also onomatopoeic. They have the sound, for example, of the thunder. And maybe you could also read the thunder words to show the rhythm,
you recorded
the musicality.
You recorded
Yes.
Can you play those?
Yes, I recorded you, but I don't have them here to play them.
Okay. You say, you wrote to me, there are different styles of traditional Irish singing. Some are nonsensical. Mouth singing, lilting, often accompanied by clapping and foot-step dance. The dancing is part of the musical as percussion, like in tap dancing. Features such as rhythm and tone dominate in lilting. The lyrics thus are often meaningless or nonsensical. Because of this, translations from Gaelic often do not exist. So what is this? I'll click on this YouTube.
That's just an example of that type of singing. It's like angel talk, just like
right.
Gaelic.
Do many cultures have
Gaelic
singing? You think it's Gaelic?
Yes, but many songs, they don't have the translation, so nobody knows what they really mean. It's just like nonsensical.
In English, you can have nonsense songs in English, but the words are translatable. So that's pretty rare to have a song that can't be translated, doesn't have any words, or they're doing instrumental. You're doing an instrumental?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the next item is poetry. So Joyce's first book of poems is called Chamber Music. And Roxy kindly typed up one, Cantos 5.
No, that's the one we already listened to.
How did we listen to it?
That's the lyrics, if you want to.
I never clicked it on. Let me see. No, that's Syd Barrett of Pink Floyd. We didn't listen to that.
Okay, that's another of the poems of the chamber music?
Yeah, his first book of poetry, I think, 1907.
Yeah.
So the lyrics, Syd Barrett is the original, maybe founder of Pink Floyd, who did too much LSD or something and disappeared, left the group and was a lonely kid after that. Now, he does something here. Let's see what he does. Golden Hair, Syd Barrett, 1969, words from James Joyce's Chamber Music. Okay, I'll read the lyrics just so we know what we heard. Lean out your window, golden hair. I hear you singing a merry air. My book was closed, I read no more, watching the fire dance on the floor. I have left my book, I have left my room, for I heard you singing through the gloom. Singing and singing a merry air. Lean out of the window, golden hair. So it's about giving up books. I have left my book. I have left my eye.
The end of the Gutenberg galaxy.
Yes, and I will enter the trance of the electronic ear. So there's that, and then...
Yes, there have been a lot of in serious music and also in popular culture. I could not open the Roratorio by Cage.
Yeah. Couldn't open it. I could try it. But Joyce had a big influence, his books had a big influence on painters and sculptors, not just on musicians or writers. He influenced all the arts.
Yes.
He probably even had an influence on advertising. And the what?
The laws against obscenity and freedom of expression.
He actually created a political freedom. He loosened up the laws of censorship. He actually contributed to an opening up of culture from the 19th century restrictions. So, Bid Adieu, we listened to that one. This chamber music poem, Bid Adieu, that's the one we listened to. Okay. It says, bid adieu, 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 bid adieu to girlish days. So why is a guy saying, bid adieu to girlish days? Happy love has come to woo. Happy love has come to woo thee and woo thy girlish ways. The zone that doth become thee fair, the snood upon thy yellow hair. That's what Germaine made. Didn't she make a snood, her clothing? When thou hast heard his name upon the bugles of the cherubim, begin thou softly to unzone the girlish bosom unto him. What's that? Is that porno? When thou hast heard his name upon the bugles of the cherubim, begin thou softly to unzone thy girlish bosom unto him, and softly to undo the snood. That is the sign of maidenhood. He's feeling her up. He's saying that the end of girlish days is when the girl gets spelt up, to use the old phrase. And softly to undo the snood, that is the sign of maidenhood. Okay, we did that. And then, look at that. Roxy wants me to do the thunders again. It would be wonderful if you say them alive again, Bob. Today is Thunderword Payday. And she has a YouTube.
Yes, who knows what repercussions they have when you say them. No, because
well, that's true.
Because of the rhythm of the word and the sounds, it's really musical.
Did it sound musical when I did it the other night?
Yes.
All right. Well, that encourages me. I will. Let me do one little song to make me feel drunk and good. So, what could we play to make me feel? Let's just check.
There is also Joyce's favorite composition by Gluck, The Dance of the Departed Souls.
That's his favorite composition?
Yeah.
And you want me to play that?
Well, I mean, we could.
Okay, so we got here. I'm looking at the chat line, which I haven't looked in hours. You got Pamela writing up a storm. They're talking. What is this? There's a lot of discussion. Well, I'm going to go back up to the end. Jean says, Frank Zappa, Finnegans Wake, Omnium Gatherum. Oh, so she posted the essay by Ben Watson on comparing James Joyce and Finnegans Wake. It looks like. James Joyce and Zappa. And then Jean points out the pillar and the cloud was mentioned. You see, there were many ionic themes mentioned by Nelson. The pillar and the cloud. Now, on the surface, listening to Ion, people years ago used to say, well, he's a religious fundamentalist guy. But Ion, as we've heard through the years, uses these themes variously, the pillar and the cloud. But they are things in the Bible, but we listen to it differently. We've been mutated by Ion. We wouldn't say the kind of things that Nelson says. Wouldn't even take that interpretation. Silly. So, Gene says, bummer, no timing for Bob on Costa. So, they're now mourning that I didn't get on. Gene says, the first commercial on payday, auto insurance. Then they have a headline, Bob's up next on Coast to Coast. Then Gene goes, crap, commercials again? More commercials? Arrgh. Then she's telling me, get ready to talk on Coast to Coast, Bob. They're back. So she was coaching me through this. And Gene says, yes, now we know why we are lactose tolerant. I don't know what that means. She's telling me to download the PDF of Nelson'sTribalTalkers.com. Joa says, they are back. Are you? Very dead air. Roxy, tell us a story. I hear you, Bob, so I guess that was a dead air point. Then Gene goes, good grief, another commercial break on Coast to Coast, but they're going to open the lines for calls next. Now, that's the point. They really rub in the commercials. We are not used to that here in Ascended Continent, are we? We're not used to hearing these nauseating beckonings for money. Robert says, what's the story, Roxana? Can you talk about Egypt's manner? What is Egypt's manner? Gene says, I'm listening to the Coast to Coast program. I'm going backwards through Gene's comment. I'm listening to the Coast to Coast program on a local radio station. I expect to hear Bob ask a question any moment now. Well, that turned out pretty disappointing. I hope she survived that. She's asking if I hung up and called in. Robert says the sea cucumber and the Egyptian inflatable banana. As we move closer to a state of Israel, river of tears and advertisements. Gene, message the host. Welcome to Fast Blast, where you can send one message to tell me how to email the guy. Or text him Coast to Coast. He gives the details, telling me to call in. Pamela. Okay, Pamela says, if there's no more babies being born and nobody ascended is aging, is everyone just young adults? Then she says, unless said young adults choose to bring forth a child in some other manner, then she says, or that my ascended beingness having but no longer requires it, having BPDD, I don't know what that is, no longer requires it. He says, how does such a creation work? Then gives a link. So, Trina says, hey, Bill, if you're there, where do I go to make a donation? I've looked all over your webpage and don't see it. Earlier, Trina says, we don't have to flit into the other world. The whole wide world flows to you. That's only apply to me, Trina. Hey, no world flow to you. It flows to me, right, Bert?
Yes.
Yes, your magnitude.
Yes, it flows to me. Even Trina's world flows to me. The world doesn't notice you, Trina. It flows to me. He didn't even see you. I suck everything out of everything.
About that
lactose intolerant?
What's that lactose tolerant comes from the milk. That comes back to the explanation from Wanda was explaining that they did a DNA test and the Hebrews were cow herders and they drank milk. So she connected that. And they determined that the DNA sequence of those who were descendants are lactose tolerant. That comes back to that Nelson Fall.
Yes. Yeah, you know, Nelson says,
Wanda.
I know, he says, well, I'm not Jewish. For anybody that knows Nelson, he's a blatant Jew. He sent his kids to Jewish schools, and they did the Jewish thing, bar mitzvah and all that. So he means, I think he would say, well, we're not from the tribe of Judah. We are Israelites. Or maybe he would name, he said he was a Levite, a Cohen. So I guess that's what they call themselves. But he used to confuse people. I'm not Jewish, he'd say. Everybody knew they thought he was Jewish, so caused a lot of funny confusion. And then Robert says, when are you going on the Nori show again, Bob? Well, I never was on there. Carolyn was. So a lot of instructions to me how to get on and when the schedule's going to be. So everybody was trying to help. They're talking about, is Ion coming back? Eliza, I hope he comes back. Good. I like it when people get a chance to ask questions. Trina says, Bob said maybe in the morning around 10 o'clock your time. Eliza said, yes. Last week they surprised by coming on during the bill hour. Trina says, that's cool. All the more reason to call in. Okay. Eliza earlier goes, was Ion here already? And Trina says, hi, Eliza. Yes, he was here. She goes, oh, fudge. Eliza missed Ion. How did that happen? Alyssa gives a link to Jonathan. Okay, we're up to date on that. So we have to get back to Zappa work. So why don't I finish the interview I was reading last week? That would get us into that. Or is there anything else to play, Roxy? We've done all the materials, right?
Well, maybe the Joyce's favorite composition by Gluck, because it's the myth of Orfeo and Eurydice. Orfeo goes to the Gulf to look for Eurydice. Mm-hmm. She's dead, right. And by playing so beautiful, he moves the gods to tears, and they allow him to take the spirit of Eurydice, but they tell him he shouldn't look at her until they are back in the world of the living, and then he cannot resist, and he looks at her, and she falls down in the Gulf again, and he is then left alone. But in a way, it's like the power of music could even defeat death. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's what is Ion is saying about these tones under the
under the cell.
What was the
cells?
Underneath
the cell.
The pulse of frequencies.
Right. Vibrational pulse.
That's the music of Orfeo, the thing that can defeat death. And we can go back home.
I ain't going back home. I'm going forward. Luckily, we go in circles, so I will arrive at home. But if I have the illusion I'm going forward, I'm happy with it. I'm not turning around, going back home.
Well, we can go somewhere, nowhere.
As long as it's in a circle. But I didn't get much of what you were saying there. Do you want to explain it again? What was your theme? What was your version?
Well, Orfeo goes to the underworld to look for the soul of Eurydice.
Right.
And he plays so beautiful that he moves the gods to tears. And they agree to let the soul of Eurydice go back to the living. Yes. But they tell him he shouldn't look at her until they're back in the world of the living. But he cannot resist, and he looks at her, and she falls down into the Gulf again. But
and so what's your point?
Music can defeat death, and then that's why I was talking about this pulse.
Well, that's what Ein says. Music is mortar for the little man. It's comforting concepts, but the tones, the sensations are pretty pleasurable, regardless of semantic content. I mean,
yes, and he makes us expand in our concept of music. Is this pulse? Is the words? Is the new song? Is the music at all levels, in the molecules, in the cells, in our speech?
I hate stopping it, but what do you make of that kind of music, Roxy? What does that speak to you? How does that speak to your educated ears? Called Soft and Gentle Waves by Clyde King. About the fourth time I've played it today. What do you think of it? Is it too early for you, or are you getting the basic emotion from it?
No, it's really, I don't
it's nice.
Really like that.
Isn't it? Did you just say it was nice?
No.
You don't like it. You don't like it. Weird. Why? What's wrong with it? Too blurry?
No,
high fidelity enough?
Maybe it's the alignment of the planets, but I'm in a very, very, very romantic mood.
Oh, you're in the mood for this. You can actually play that.
Yeah, that's more impressionist, but it's also very beautiful.
Right, and you can actually play that, right?
Yes, I'm learning that.
Yeah, now, what is it about Clyde King that doesn't make it? Am I nuts for liking that stuff? Have I been programmed into a rabbit hole?
No, but maybe I need a little more complex melodies. Like if you see this arabesque, how the arpeggios go up and down, and it's always changing. It's not like the same thing all the time. It's like waves and very...
Right. That you're watching the fingers. I respond to a sentiment or an emotion in this rhythm and blues. I'm not looking for complexity or weaving multiple levels. It's the emotion. So what's that? What am I listening to? What am I responding to? Arabesque.
It's probably the music, the voice with the music.
Yeah, I like the tonality.
How the blends with the tone. Yeah.
It's okay. If you like it, it's okay.
No, I'm not making an argument. I'm just trying to figure out why I like that. Debussy is pretty good, arabesque, but it stays too much in the tinkering piano timbre or something. So let's play this a bit. I think this is a tremendous song by that great new jazz guy, Kamasi Washington. Let's see.
Yes, we played last week.
Yeah.
Final Thought.
Kim called in. What?
It's called The Final Thought or Final Thought or something. It has thought in it.
Well, there were several I played.
But Washington. Okay.
Yeah, Kamasi Washington. And Kim called into What Youth and praised Henrietta. And I really liked Henrietta, so I was listening to it again last night. So listen to this. This has some of your variety, maybe. Did that appeal to you, Roxy?
Well, it was getting good with the sax.
Right. And then they stopped. You objected to them stopping the sax? Yes. Is Bert's here. Okay, so Jean took an excerpt from Ben Watson's Zappa Joyce article. So let me just read this. She posted it. It says, more specifically, Zappa and Joyce are cultural subversion cranked up to multi-speed, where impediments to the artist's megalomaniac will to put anything next to anything have become a persistent itch whose scratching rends the body of the work so it longer works. So it maybe means no longer works. So it no longer works. It's all over the place. But what a place. Both were medievalists, contesting a puritanical, rationalized, logico-commodity system imposed by the Protestant work ethic. He's got Protestant worth ethic, reacting against repressive Roman Catholic upbringings and schoolings, but saving the good part, the yearning for a universal world picture, but instead of an inert ecclesiastical myth designed to prevent the masses noticing their change, Zappa and Joyce turned the rosy, esemplastic, holographic wonderment of the Chartres Cathedral effulgence into a gargoyled beast at the beck and call of any man or woman brave enough to walk by his side. It hisses at cowardice and snarls at censorship and sniffs at repression. Maybe that. Actually, there's a question. It hisses at cowardice and snarls at censorship and sniffs at repression, electrically sensitive to the bullshit surrounding social oppression. That's been on the overall dynamic of Zappa and Joyce. Their cultural subversion cranked up to multi-speed. So, what do you think of that? Any comment, people?
Yes. I think they both had these mystical experiences, like Ian told us Joyce was going to mediums, try to understand what was going on. He worked a long time on the wake, and he could not really understand what he was doing, but he could not stop this waking progress.
Yes.
And Zappa is always making jokes about the cosmic debris and all these things. But actually, I think he was contemplating all these things very seriously.
Yes, I agree. Now, Anonymous. I'm blinking Anonymous. Is that Alyssa? Is Alyssa hanging out here? No response.
No.
What's your name? Oh, that's Debbie. Debbie. Wait, did you have a question for us,
by the
Debbie?
way, I like the music you played. That was really nice.
Well, my heart is warmed.
Yeah, I love all of it. All of it.
Cold Boston is so receptive to my vaginal acoustic insertion. Did you get that, Deb? Did you hear that word, that unruly word, inappropriately inserted into it?
Just raise you.
Anarchy right in our ear. What do you say, Deb? What are you learning tonight, Deb?
It just seems that Frank is really, and maybe I'm partial due to my exposure to Frank more so than Joyce, is that Frank, to me, appears to be more mystical, because he was self-taught, and to me that's it seemed like he was being guided by, like what we learned from physical, guiding him to certain areas, because he was he was self-taught, and that's the thing, is self-taught musically, and then, you listen to his interviews, how he had he was very intellectual. Like you said, he was a nerd. He could talk to the highbrow people as well as anyone else, but he had a conversation, but he wasn't university trained, which would probably freak a lot of people out when you listen to his interviews. So to me, he seems very, very mystical, because he doesn't have the typical, we call it print-oriented or literal literate background, educational background, other than high school.
Yeah. He did sit in a composition course in academia in the college for a term or two.
Yes.
He did sit in classes and do some homework, but in general, no. I don't know if you call that mystical. I don't know what mystical means. Joyce seems to be mystical. just because of his awareness of so many mystical, aphoristic doctrines. But is it knowing about God concepts, or I think Zappa was very sensitive as a person. No, Bert, I'm going to reject that. I'm going to edit out your contribution of the last 5 minutes. It's totally nuts. I have no clue what you're talking about this mysticism. You have one chance to rectify, Bert. Are you even there, Bert?
Okay, if you look at how Frank adapted to what he saw in the music business and how he turned it around to use it as a stage to promote or to try to fight against his problem with stupidity and how he saw how the people were being treated, he used his music and any platform he could to present himself. And to me, that seems mystic in the electrical environment, from what I've learned from McLuhan.
Okay, mystic.
He was using the electric. He was electrical mystic.
Okay, did you not use the term before McLuhan?
No.
It's a new term.
I had no idea what a mystic was. Yes.
That's pretty weird. That's what jock life will do to you, Bert. You miss out on a couple of points there when you're 18 or 19. Every kid knows.
That's true, but I'm here, Bob.
Yes, you are.
But I'm here.
Making up
that's
for.
That's the thing about jock life. You get beat up. You get beat up, but you keep coming back.
Yes. So, okay, see, that's interesting that you don't know what it means. So what are you thinking it means? What did you learn it means?
No, I didn't. Well, it just seemed to me, it seems like it's very, what do you say, woo-woo, where everyone says it's so mystical. It's so mystical. It's just like a overused cliche for me. So I really ignored it because it seemed like everyone's saying mystic.
Okay, wait. Now, you're saying you heard the word mystic through the years.
Yes, but I didn't know what it was. You heard everyone using it, but I never really paid attention to it. It didn't have a place in my world.
So how does McLuhan evoke your mysticism?
Well, just looking at, from what I'm learning about the electrical environment, just his whole fact of seeing that the electrical environment was an extension of the nervous system.
That's a mystical insight.
Struck a vibe. For me, yes. Because that's something we've been swimming, I mean, for me personally, to talk about me personally, that I've been swimming in, that I was affected by growing up, watching television, but now to look at it, what effect it's had on culture overall.
Yeah.
And to me, that's mystical. Because that's something that we're swimming in.
Yeah, I don't see how that can be
that
mystical.
We've been swimming.
Mystical. Yeah, we don't have a definition of your meaning. Does it mean sublime to you?
Mystic always meant for me mystery. So that's why I ignored it, because it was just like a cliche, mystery. So anything that's mysterious, someone would say it's mystic.
Right. So how did McLuhan change the definition or your understanding of it?
When his statement about how electricity is the extension of our nervous system, that's something that I never thought of.
Okay, and you're calling that mystical. See, you mean something else by the word mystical. Okay, that's a new idea. You should say, wow, that's original, not mystical, unless you mean original by mystical.
Okay, I don't
see how the electric extension. I don't see how electric extension of the central nervous system is a mystical statement. What is it? Use other words
That's just something I never thought of. So I put it in the category of
Okay, that means mystical to you is new and surprising. A new and surprising experience. Yes. Okay. So Zappa is mystical, new and surprising. And who were we putting Frank up against? Oh, yeah, Joyce. Is Joyce new and surprising? Yes.
Yes, for me. Yes, for me. Because what Roxana just brought up something that I had no idea of, and it's something I look into, is that Joyce was a musician. I had no idea that Joyce was a musician. Right. I knew that he was an engineer, but I had no idea that he was a musician. So that's...
You know what he did? When he was like 20, 22, he went into a musical competition, and he almost beat out the famous Irish singer John McCormick. That's who he was up against. And Joyce couldn't read music. Yeah, he competed. He almost beat out McCormick. That means he had a good enough voice to be professional, because McCormick goes on to be a great Irish singer. But But that's how much of a musician was. He was so good he could be a professional. And you know,
couldn't read music. Wow.
Right. Or not when he was 22 or something. And in his domestic life through the decades, one of his favorite activities was to sit around, I guess, after dinner or something and sing songs, all kinds of songs, with his friends. That was his entertainment. And so, you know, you've got him with the ear genius, and you got Wyndham Lewis with the eye genius. That's what's interesting about. And they're Shem and Sean, and they're the symbols of the eye versus the ear. So you go to page 413, is it 399? And the battle between Joyce and Wyndham Lewis comes down to, where is that?
I would like to say something. I think Joyce's greatest music was his compositions with words.
Yes.
He was in a way showing what you are doing with Diane.
Right. Here on page 418 is in the Ant and the Grasshopper section, which is a fable about Lewis versus Joyce. And there's a sentence there, well into this italicized part, and it says, an extent must impole. An extension or an extents must impole. It's almost like the idea of extensions of humans. Our media is right there in this thing. But it says, the narrator of the poem song, as I view by your far look, hail yourself to my heel. Party pre my thin winds, whilst my blink points unbroken on your holes, work the broads with totes tridy right token on. My inrisible, that means laughable, my inrisible universe, you'dly hod find. Such extra be foreignness meet so veil behind. Your feats end enormous, your volumes immense. May the graces I hope for sing your auntship song sense. May the graces I hope for sing your auntship song sense. Your genus, its genius, it's worldwide. Your spacest, sublime. But holy salt Martin, why can't you beat time? That's the final riposte of Joyce on Lewis. Why can't you beat time? Okay? That's an interesting statement by Joyce about Lewis. Are you guys there? What happened?
Yeah, Bob, I remember reading something with Wyndham Lewis that he was talking about time in a not so nice view with Joyce. Is that?
That's true. Lewis takes. He may not mean this, but you can take on the surface. Lewis is with Ion on opposing time, and his thesis was that Charlie Chaplin and all the arts of the teens and 20s were subject to a merging with time, and he objected to that merge with the flow. He thought that was mush or something. Yeah. But he is objecting to time, which is what Ion does. So then Joyce says to him, why can't you beat time? So is it a case where Lewis, because he believes there's no time, that he gets upset at concepts around him about time, and he can't let go of the issue? That's one reason why the other human in this contest in the restaurant, playing Joyce, came up and threw food at Lewis. I don't know, we played that or something, or I just thought. Do you remember that? Something. Anyways, why can't you beat time? Multi-level point there. Zappa, when asked what would he really like to know, he says, I would like to know what time it is. He just goes, what time is it? That's what he wanted to know. So let's see what Bart, do you have something to contribute?
Hello. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Bert. Hey, Roxy.
Hello.
Hey, Bart.
Do you have something to contribute, Bart?
I first wanted to say to Roxy that I'm hoping she didn't take offense to the post that I made.
No, she didn't. Roxy doesn't.
With Sun Ra.
She doesn't judge anybody, no. Bert. She doesn't judge.
I was having fun.
Right now? You're having fun right now?
I am now. I just woke up, but I am ready for some fun yet.
Okay, we'll stick
Bart. Yeah, so the topic of conversation, now before I actually got onto the call, I wanted to click through to see what you guys had covered, because I was on briefly, but I was doing too much crap here to be able to speak, so. And then what's funny is before I went to bed last night, you guys were talking about Joyce and also Thiel, and then you're talking about Joyce again this morning.
Yes.
We haven't.
Sorry, When you hear the archives, Bart, you will hear we interrupted the Zappa hour with listening to Nelson Thal discuss the 12 tribes of Israel.
That's what I wanted to ask you, too. Now, you have taken issue with Nelson for just, pursuing something that he finds credible, but you're taking issue with him just because he's pursuing that, or because he's been exposed to Ion in some way, or would have some reason to cast doubt on that, and he's ignoring it?
Was he ignoring? What was the sentence with the word ignoring?
No, I was asking, you were taking issue with Thiel on his view of the 11 tribes or 12 tribes?
Not Thiel. It's Nelson Thal.
Thal.
There's
Thal.
Don Thiel is the Joyce scholar and did the book.
Right, I misspoke.
Yeah, you're right. What
you're taking issue with Thal just because of his view on that, or do you have another, sort of personal gripe with that man?
I have many personal gripes with him, but on the view level, he's interpreting tribes literally as people. We interpret tribes as double helix strands.
The generations, yeah.
Yeah, and I know that he would think that was absolute balderdash, the whole idea. So I'm glad I'm not rational like that, where it's not logical, they never heard it before, and you miss out so much in Iandom. I object to that kind of bad luck. Nelson has bad luck. He's lost counting up the number of toenails in the genetic structure of Syrians when he could be here. What's the point of his knowledge, Bert? Where does his knowledge lead? You know where it leads? To being afraid that America has become corrupt and needs to be cleaned up, but it ain't going to happen. So he's concerned about Germany losing its culture, but he has nothing to say beyond that emotional concern.
About Germany losing its culture?
Yeah, the refugees coming in. So he will say those kind of things to illustrate chaos spreads, the beast rules, the 22nd chapter of the Book of Revelation is unfolding. This is his view, been his view for 30 years. He used to have a little opinionated piece on CKLN, and it was called Countdown to Captivity. That was his main point. America was going into captivity. He realized how great it is to have a solution, or it seems to be a solution. Many people agree to have that as a solution. Walking around with the RNA drops and all else, a lot of other stuff that Ian talks about. You realize how magical my life is, Bart?
I get to share in some of that. We all get to share in some of that.
I hope so. Yes, I hope you are.
I have so far, so your hope is a reality.
Now, Bert, we could assume Bert, being an African-American, he's an ear culture guy. Do you ever notice how my slightest vibrational pulse shifts, he laughs, he responds to the little vocal nuances I do? You ever notice that, Bert?
You are good at, I think it's pretty funny. You are pretty good at that expression. Your vocal expression is pretty fast.
Yes, I'm pretty good at making Bert laugh. I can always count on Bert laughing.
Yeah, and Bert's from the Maryland, Washington D.C. area, which is where I'm from. So we share that background. I think we were there at the same time.
Oh, is that? I didn't know you were from Maryland and Virginia. Yes. I mean, Bart. I didn't know Bart was. I thought he just lived there. Yes, Roxy?
I lived in Virginia. I lived in Fairfax.
No, wow. Did you really, Roxy?
We are all from that corner.
That's around Bart's place.
I know all that.
Yeah, she lived there like from 12 to 15 for 3 years. You know what her father was doing? The father was hanging out with the CIA. So little Roxy was running around, trying to prevent herself from going schizophrenic. So I don't know, what did you do there? You didn't have your Gurdjieff people. You just sort of prepared for the nunnery? Like, what was your thinking in that 3-year period, Roxy?
Well, I was studying music and recording techniques.
Yeah, and that would that be, didn't you start the electronic stuff before in Mexico, right?
Yes, but then I continued there. Yes.
Where did you find to do it? At a school? Music school?
Yes, there was a studio where they have these recording technique courses, and I was taking those, and I was studying violin in the conservatory in Maryland. That's near the George Mason University in that area.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
how close were you, Bert? How close were you to Fairfax, miles-wise?
Well, with no traffic, it would be within an hour.
Okay. Now, Bart,
Bert or Bart?
You were closer. Bart, you were closer to Fairfax, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I lived in Fairfax. I actually moved to Virginia from Alaska, but I lived in Virginia from probably I went down there for the summers, probably from 84 to 2013.
It's a long time. Now, yeah. Roxy, you lived in Washington like from 82 to 85, Roxy? 82 to 85?
Yes. Yes,
right. See, we have our file.
Reagan era.
The Reagan era, yes, the first term of Reagan. And,
actually, you visited Leesburg, Virginia, too, in '89, Bob, and isn't that right? To
we were all there.
We were all there. October '88. Yes, October '88. I visited Leesburg.
In Georgetown.
I drove through there on a bus or something, looking at the suburban town. So I probably saw your guys' houses in a glance. I just looked and said, "Oh, what a terrible place! Oh, there's another terrible place. Can't wait to get to Leesburg and talk to LaRouche. Oh, another terrible. This is horrible. I hate Washington." That's probably what I was thinking. Carolyn found Washington a terrible vibe. She actually never reacted to a vibe like that, ever that I know of. But
really?
There's a bad vibe in Washington.
There's a frenetic vibe.
Oh.
I don't know. It's like a greed vibe or a endless bureaucracy, henpecking, jockeying for position vibe. Social climbing kind of stuff.
Bureaucracy.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a high turnover area. People go in there and make a lot of money or move and make money and move out. But nobody live like the people who live there either want to get out or they're sort of more generational and they're aggravated with the people that are rushing through.
Right.
And are pissed off. Anyway, you sort of cut it. Like somebody drove through and said the traffic was so bad there that if they had to live there, they would shoot themselves.
5. You're there for the last year of her stay. And Bert, you're in the area all through the 80s, right?
Yes.
You see, we may have, like, when I walk along the boardwalk and see these little kids and see people, maybe in 25 years from now, I will meet a young woman in her 30s in some context, and we will not know that I had swore at her in 2014 along the walkway in front of the hotels that I said something to her. You know what I mean? That's what's neat. There's a lot of those kind of things maybe happening.
Well,
like,
yeah.
Maybe she'll become a Maggie too.
Yes, I create Maggie. I am, but okay. So I'm in New York City, 1997. I go into Macy's. I stand there, and I end up arguing with the sales merchant. And then that sales merchant, 25 years later, is listening to Achieve Radio, and hears us and likes us, and sends money to me and thinks a big deal. And she doesn't know I was the one who irritated her that day in Macy's. How much of that kind of stuff goes on? I like that.
Well, you did say that you used to walk by Stephanie's high school.
Yes, that's right. 91st and 5th Avenue. I walked by Lady Gaga's school and looked and felt sorry for the little girls with their little Catholic kind of dresses, their school uniform, and marveled at the uptight world they lived in. You have to realize that I actually have walked around like a fucking god for fucking 80 years. That's my attitude, like floating along with no responsibilities for decades and feeling sorry for everybody. reading The Wake and enjoying A Kid in His Arf by Zappa, or Zoodalores, or Clyde King. You get my point. Started to sweep you off. And then you have to realize, after floating around in ecstasy, I go home and the best cook gives me the best meals.
Yeah, not only the best tasting, but the best for you.
What?
Yeah, not only good food, but good for you.
Yes, good. Something happens to me, it's healed or corrected immediately. Solutions immediately there. I wonder if anybody has ever. Yeah, if anybody ever had the opportunity to brag how good they feel every day to millions of listeners in such a casual way, I don't know. I mean, most people who might be blissed out saints, covered up by their sense of public responsibilities, they're busy healing people, right? Healing or fixing things or making miracles. I am quite a narcissist of my own bliss. Something like that.
Yeah, you don't see the saints able to sort of have a pause where they can just say, I feel great.
Yeah, they don't go, I feel great. I walked around for 3 weeks and watching the little girls on the beach blankets.
Like you said, the saints are always healing people. They don't have a moment to sort of pause and tell people, I feel awesome.
Yeah. You realize that the majority of my life has been feeling awesome. Now, I'm actually understanding what J.W. meant about 4 or 5 years ago. I really get it now. He said, Bob, he was talking about the effect of ion and drops. He said, Bob, soon people are going to feel as good as you've always felt.
Yeah, you're passing around.
You, Bert? Or Bart? Did anybody ever say that? People are going to feel as good as you, Bart. No, they didn't know you felt good if you did.
You have the original. I feel good. You have the original awesome
new kind of mysticism. Now, this is mystical, Bert. This is mystical talk right now. This is the new kind of mysticism.
This is how the saints BS with each other.
Yeah. This is how those who are turning to gold, to quote Leonard Cohen, these are their final stories. But I've walked around totally disgusted with everybody, but feeling really great myself. Not like kind of a pity. Look at these people. Look at these people on the subway. Here I am on the subway. I'm stuck in a terrible subway, New York subway, like everybody else, but I do not consider myself suffering. I'm just looking at everybody else suffering.
You're actually able to enjoy your disgust.
Yeah, I was able to enjoy everything that I was doing constantly. Even I would marvel how stupid Nelson Thal was. It would not upset my enjoyment.
When was the last time you conversed in some form with Thal?
Good question.
Some emails, like I would, a couple of years ago, send him important whatever, Ion stuff or the Bob Show. I'd say with him and his girlfriend Wanda, who's now Wanda Thal, they just got married last year, and I know the whole story about that nonsense from his ex-wife Linda, who told me in August 2014 when I went out to dinner with her. She gave me the behind-the-scenes nonsense of that relationship. But back when they were doing their TV show and not married but hanging out, I would say, "You idiots, you are going to listen to this, and you will learn nothing, but you still must do it." So I would send insulting emails to him. And about once a year he would respond about, "Bob, I did not know you had sent emails. I have someone else gather my emails. And once a year they show me what I missed. And I see you've been sending emails. I have not read any of them. And I don't know what's wrong with you, Bob. Why are you concerned about me?" And he would take the attitude that I was concerned and an idiot for trying to get his attention. Matter of fact, is it possible to find one of his emails? in the trash. Don't want to mix it up with his son. His son I'm in touch with a lot. But Nelson Thal, let's see if he got one of his attempt to insult me.
How old is Thal?
But verbally, the last time I talked to him verbally was when I was visiting his ex-wife in October 2007, and he walked into the house. He wasn't really allowed there. He has to make an appointment to show up there, but he showed up without making an appointment, and Linda wasn't going to let him in, but she let him in. Nelson sees me, and he collapses to the floor laughing his head off. Now, when he regained his consciousness and came in and sat down, I said, well, we're listening to this, Nelson. And what I was playing to his young sons at that moment was our first time on the radio, October 1st, 84. I had digitized it all or something, so I had it. No, maybe I'd gotten the guy who had the cassette tapes in Toronto who digitized them, so I was able to play it for him. So we were listening to the first time Nelson and I performed on the radio, and Nelson walked in. So I then finished playing it, and he sat there listening to it. I don't remember what he said after, but he started saying things like, well, Bob, I taught you everything you know, and he started making these ridiculous, reverse mirror statements. He learned everything from me, but he was saying that I was hadn't learned my lessons well, that he had taught me or some stupid stuff. So I just said, well, Nelson, I'm a billionaire now. He looked shocked, and you're not a fucking billionaire. I said, yes, I am, Nelson. So not much was said, and then I left his home, and his sons came with me. We said goodbye to him and went into a car and went down to my place where I was staying. His sons left with me. I thought that was quite symbolic.
Yes.
So, looking for an email that is him. How do I find it? Which one is he? A lot of Nelson, his sons. So we go up here, looking.
This the Germany thing too. You mentioned that. I heard you mention earlier that Hitler, maybe it was known or not that the Germans had television first, and Hitler was the first person on television.
Yes, maybe the Olympics. That could have been the Olympics in 1936.
And
it was the Olympics.
What?
It was the Olympics?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here's something.
It was the first transmission.
In February 1st, 2015, Nelson Sr. wrote, last month you initiated an overture to me via my son. It sends a bad and too obvious message, so why not just email me directly and leave my son out of it? I respond back to him, buzz off. I tell him to buzz off. So he responds, still a frustrated lad you are, eh? Mary must have been bugging you for you to give an insectian answer to a simple query. So he's making up this crap that I sent stuff to him on behalf of Mary or something, which I don't think is true. Mary did it. So he misinterpreted what I was saying or my level of involvement with it. But that's typical. He would say, still a frustrated lad, are you? That's kind of responses.
Well, he recognized your approximate age.
Yes, that's right. What's he say here? No, that's it. Enough of this nonsense. Let's move on. So Joyce says to William Lewis, Holy Salt Martin, why can't you beat time? That's sort of ironic that the fact that Lewis hated time, that means he was hypnotized by time. He saw time. He saw people misusing it. That could be a level that Joyce means. It could also mean that he had no sense of rhythm. He couldn't beat time like a musician. Hard to tell. So I'm going to move forward and read you a Zappa interview that we didn't finish. I don't think we finished it. And I need to just check to see if it's worth doing. So,
all right. I wanted to, just one note before we leave the Hitler thing behind. Ion said that we would see vestiges, or we would see elements of this initial Hitler television appearance return.
Yes. Yeah,
in some
I wonder
form.
what he meant by that. What was that about?
And Ion had spoken Hitler's speech before the attack on the United States, or justifying that.
Okay, yes, that's a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But just throwing those into that, getting them on the record, I guess.
Right. Well, they're duly noted. But I don't have a thought about it. I don't know what he means by Hitler coming back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think it was, yeah.
Zappa's saying, what was your reaction to the festival hall audience last year in London? And we read this, I remember this. I was surprised that he didn't catch on to what we were doing quicker. And the interviewer says, they didn't at all, did they? They didn't at all, did they? No, they didn't. They missed the whole point of it. And another thing that's not generally known is that that the show cost us $5,000 just to get those musicians to record it, film it, get the costumes, make arrangements with the hall itself to put on that kind of a show. It cost us money to do that, but I thought it was worth it. We recorded a very good album out of it, which will be our next record out around July. So then the journalist says, I read in Downbeat magazine that you did a 45-minute set with Roland Kirk at a Boston Jazz Festival. Were you billed together, or did you just play together because Kirk was there? Now, Roland Kirk was a big jazz musician at that time. At the time of this, in the early 70s. I think it might even be 1970. We were, Frank says, we were on the same show, and I met him after. He had done his part, and I said, quote, would you be interested? Okay, so we were on the same show. I met him after Kirk had played. And I said, would you be interested in playing with us? And he said he didn't know. And I said, well, you've never heard the group before. You don't know what we do. If you like it, come on out on stage and start playing, and we'll back you up. End of quote. And then Frank says, so we played for about 5 or 10 minutes, and he came wheeling out there with horns hanging all over him. Remember, he plays about 3 or 4 horns at the same time, and blew his brains out. It was completely free, nothing planned. No, the other guy goes, it was completely free, nothing planned? Zappa says, no, he just came bopping out there, and we did it. Then the guy says, got any plans to record together? And Frank says, well, he asked us to, but we haven't gone ahead with any special schemes yet. Then the journalist says, recently Roland Kirk came over and played with Jack Bruce. We just heard Jack Bruce on Apostrophe doing the bass. Steve Stills came over and played with Jack Bruce, Steve Stills, Buddy Miles, and so on, in what many saw as an attempt to revitalize the group scene here. Did your getting together have any effect over there? Zappa says, I didn't see that our meeting had anything to do with revitalizing any group scene in the United States, which was very sterile to begin with. But people form groups basically in order to get a hit. There is some evidence to the contrary. There seems to be a bit of creative work going into it, but there aren't many really creative groups in the United States. Beefheart, Captain Beefheart, is certainly an exception, and maybe 1 or 2 others. So then the guy asked Frank about a guy that used to be in the Mothers of Invention named Billy Mundy, who had left Zappa and formed his own group, Rhinoceros. What do you think of Billy Mundy's group, Rhinoceros? Zappa says, I saw them live in Canada, and I was very impressed with this one thing they did called Chickens. But the rest of what they were doing was pretty smooth, teeny-bop type material. These were tunes they were getting ready for their next album, and this piece called Chickens sounds extremely like the Mothers of Invention. which is why I like it. What do you think of the group scene over here? I guess it means in Europe. Have you seen any? This would be in England. Have you seen any? Only what I saw down at the Speakeasy a couple of times, and I wasn't, exceedingly enthralled by what I saw. What about the groups that we're currently sending over to the States, like Jethro Tull and the Nice or the Nice? I like Jethro Tull and the organist in the Nice very much. I think he plays very well. I also like the Rolling Stones. What about specific states, United States groups? I don't pay that much attention. There's probably lots going on, but I get pretty involved in my small corner of it. Who else are you recording apart from Beefheart? We have Wildman Fisher, a group called Alice Cooper. See, there he is. He's the first guy to record Alice Cooper. Judy Henske and Jerry Yester. We just bought 200 hours of Lenny Bruce tapes. We have Lord Buckley. The Police did him in New York a few years ago. And he was a sort of strange type of comedian, definitely an underground comedian of his time, which was the 50s. We also have a documentary album on the Kennedy assassination, the last one, which is very interesting. It's got all the actual tapes of the assassination, interviews with Sirhan in his jail cell, interviews with the witnesses telling what they testified in court and what the police told them to say. So that's about the Robert Kennedy assassination, which took place in a hotel in Los Angeles. That never came out. How did you manage to get hold of all that tapes, that stuff? Frank says, a guy named Doug Moody put the album together and offered it to us, and we packaged it and put it out. You were quoted as having Tim Buckley. Is it in fact Lord Buckley? No, we are going to have Tim Buckley as soon as his contract is up with Elektra, and that'll probably be September. So then the journalist says, well, thank you very much. Give our love to Captain Beefheart. So I just wanted to check, I didn't get this. Well, Roland Kirk asked them to record, but they didn't get back to him yet. Then the guy says, recently Roland Kirk came over to England and played with Jack Bruce, Steve Stills, Buddy Mouse, and so on, in what many saw as an attempt to revitalize the group scene here in London. Did your getting together have any effect over there? Frank says, I didn't see that our meeting had anything to do with revitalizing any group scene in the United States, which was very sterile to begin with. But people form groups basically in order to get a hit. So, yeah. There's some evidence to the contrary. There seems to be a bit of creative work going into it, but there aren't many really creative groups in the United States. Beefheart is certainly an exception, and maybe one or two others. I thought he said something about England. Okay. I'm open for comments and commentary and tweets. Anybody want to tweet me a statement? Sorry, I didn't find too much there.
Well, I find it very interesting that he was not only interested in promoting himself, but in finding interesting musicians that were doing something different to what was mainstream at the time, and was willing to invest in this music that might not be commercial, but he was into the music, not into
now,
like he says, the hits.
The kids? Bands. Did you say kids? Teenage kids?
No, because he said bands get together because they want to have a hit in the hit
parade.
That's
right. Yeah, to make a hit. Yes.
Yeah. Looking for bands that are doing more interesting music, not only a song that might be a hit, a trend.
Yes, Zappa was curiously old-fashioned, and he was a guardian of some kind of musical experience. Like he going around and checking everybody out and finding most people are not concerned about what music can really do. You know, he really was a custodian of old-fashioned ear stuff. And he did outdo everybody. He solved all the issues. But it was interesting, like Roxy's saying, he went around judging people and looking for a scene that could be improved. A curious kind of babysitting. It's like he's a high school teacher going around looking at students in the music class making compositions, and he's seriously looking for new talent to come forth.
Well, talent in that.
He was always discovering new music. There are some examples of radio programs in which he was a DJ, and he plays all types of what we call world music, contemporary music, pop, obscure bands from all over the world.
Yes.
And he was always finding interesting music.
Yes. Now, he would do that, but he would say that he didn't keep up on the music scene. He didn't listen to radio, so he found these bands in person.
It was not mainstream. He was looking maybe, for example, in museums or in collections of traditional music or libraries, other type of, not in the music store, but in
clubs,
libraries.
He would at night he would go to clubs and he'd see bands, but he would not listen to the radio to keep up on what was Grammy potential. But he shows Ringo Starr in 200 Motels turning on the radio and kind of ripping it off, writing stuff down and pouring coffee on the musical paper and smearing it, but sort of cackling as he listened to the radio. So he contradicts that statement about not listening to pop culture. He shows Ringo Starr dressed as himself, looking and ripping off or going to find stuff that he could satirize. But meanwhile, he's going around performing in festivals and he bumps into people on a one-to-one basis, and that's where he finds things he likes. But he has said, Roxy, that he was an anthropologist. So he may have been going around speaking as an anthropologist on the music scene. I mean, maybe he knew he was so talented that he could judge others. He knew he celebrated what he thought was good. So here's the point. There's this guy named Barry Miles, and he would do these long interviews with Zappa in the late 60s in the hippie newspaper called International Times. And I feel like reading a bit of this one. It's long, but he always did the best interviews back then. He really took Frank seriously, and he brought out a lot of information that no one else would have ever. So are you guys into hearing a bit of this? Is that okay?
Sure.
How's the spirit of the troops?
Yay!
Okay. Yes. Gene types. I think the last line of the article by Ben Watson says the lack on Zappa and Joyce. The lack of a sensible, here's the hero, boy loves girl, I'm a bright guy, here's a sad song, meaning. The lack of a sensible, those kind of, here's the hero, boy loves girl, I'm a bright guy, here's a sad song, meaning, was our Orgast, our Persephone, our Citron Peel of Lebanon. What did Joyce and Zappa want? An audience of freaks? Yes, indeed, sir. So he ends by saying that Joyce and Zappa wanted an audience of freaks. I don't think so. Okay, so here's Miles. Frank is speaking. We don't know the question. This is August 29th, September 11th, 1969. Carol and I are getting ready to visit Seattle and Dave Worster. So Frank says, there are some things I'd like to clarify about my editing technique. Well, this is promising. He's going to talk about his editing. The editing technique is an extension of the composition because as I have so much to do with the actual production of the records, as a composer, it gives me a chance to exert even more control on the musical material from start to finish. Like, I've already written a piece and I had it performed. I get a chance to mix it, I get a chance to enhance it or even alter it radically by the volume balances of the different instruments. Then, after I've got that onto a piece of quarter-inch tape, I can examine it, chop it up, integrate it with non-musical material. Note that, non-musical material or material not produced with musical instruments, and include that material which would otherwise be considered as noise or environmental bullshit, include that into the musical structure, and use that as rhythmic counterpoint or as actual musical material as was done in Lumpy Gravy, which preceded Civilization Phase 3. To call that editing technique sounds like somebody sat there and cut out all the mistakes. So then he says, so I guess Miles had asked him what was his editing technique, and Frank seems to bristle at the phrase. To call that editing technique sounds like somebody sat there and cut out all the mistakes. I just wanted to make that point about editing being an extension of the composition, because it took me a long time to get used to handling a razor blade like that. I just recently purchased my own machine that will enable me to do that work at home, and now I spend sometimes 10 or 11 hours in a row just sitting in front of that machine chopping tape up, because I really like to do it. How's that, Roxy? You like that?
Yay!
Okay. Bert, you like that, Bert? This image of this guy loving to chop up tape.
That fits with his composition. When you stated he was at a school and he actually did something in ink pen with no mistakes. Right. So that detail, he's very detail-oriented.
Right. So Miles says, I think the mixing and juxtaposition of different time levels seems very important to you. And Dave Wally went on to talk about that aspect, and Zappa playing with different time levels. Frank says, I think of the art of composition as time painting, You're being employed by your audience to decorate a piece of time for them. In the same way a painter uses a piece of canvas and he's got to slap it on that, I have the opportunity of taking a piece of time and sticking little things on it. In a live performance, I get to do it with visual and audio material. On a record, I can do it with pieces of time from all over. In some albums, I've condensed as much as 10 years into one little piece of plastic. Miles says, this is presumably why you don't use electronically generated sound, because it has no time reference. Zappa, one of the reasons I don't use electronically generated material is that I can't afford the equipment to do it. The other reason is that after you have enough money to buy a synthesizer and get all the rest of the gizmos that goes with it, I think that before you make some kind of statement with an instrument of that complexity, you better get your shit together before you do it. I wouldn't want to just get a hold of a synthesizer and immediately make an album. I'd want to find my own way in that. Miles says, at that moment, every note you play has a time reference, like a year. One line will be a 1956 reference, another line a 1962 reference. Zappa says, yes, but they're not just references. No, it's not just, quote, now here's one from 1950, unquote. They don't work that way. Miles says, I've often wondered how much the idea, and idea is in big capital letters, I've often wondered how much the idea of your music was important, because you'll create an evocative musical condition and then break it up before it's had a chance to fully mature or condense, particularly on the numbers which refer to Schoenberg or Stravinsky as influences. Frank says, well, for one thing, the problem with the Mothers up until now has been sort of a limited musicianship compared with what I wanted them to do. Although they're excellent players, some of the things that I asked them to do just turn out to be impossible. So over a period of time, we've been teaching each other how to play different hard things. Some of the things we can get into rhythmically now would be difficult for even the most polished orchestra, and we toss them off like they were nothing because we started playing at 5/8 and 7/8 about 3 years ago. That'd be 1965. Now we can have everybody in the band playing at a different time signature, maintain a constant tempo, or I can conduct the relative speed of each instrument and make those tempos fluctuate against each other. What was that? Let me read that again.
That's pretty profound right there.
Yeah, I want to read it again.
Yes.
Yeah. Some of the things we get into rhythmically now would be difficult for even the most polished orchestras, and we toss them off like they were nothing because we started playing at 5/8 and 7/8 about 3 years ago. Now we can have everybody in the band playing at a different time signature, maintain a constant tempo, or I can conduct the relative speed of each instrument and make those tempos fluctuate against each other. Wasn't Ian saying that today? We've just developed a lot of weird techniques which probably wouldn't have much commercial potential elsewhere, but in one conglomerate batch labeled the Mothers of Invention, it has a sort of identity, so we're able to earn a living from doing that. What we're into now is electric chamber music. It just takes a long time before you can make that sound convincing. So I'm trying to keep the evolution of the group going. Now, this is August 29th, September 1169 is when it's published, but he broke up the band 10 days before. So this interview was done, let's say, in July, and he's talking about trying to keep the band together, but within a month he breaks it up. He says it just takes a long time before you can make that sound convincing, so I'm trying to keep the evolution of the group going. That's probably why he got fed up. They couldn't evolve as much as he wanted. But much as I would have liked to have continued some of those things which you say were cut off too soon on the albums, I just couldn't do it because some of them actually were longer, and I had to remove the extended section because it wasn't played well enough for the record. And then I have to rely on connecting it to something else to provide continuity. Where is that? So Miles says, do ideas play a part? Remember, he asked about the big word idea. Do you ever refer to things rather than always have the music as an entity unto itself? Do you ever refer to things rather than always have the music as an entity unto itself? Frank says, well, Uncle Meat is sort of the missing link between the early albums, which were basically song-type things, stuff like Monster Magnet, into what we're doing, the transition into what we're doing now, which is a lot more like serious music, if you want to use that expression. And very little of it is vocal music, you see. A lot depends on how well Uncle Meat sells as to whether or not we're going to be able to even survive continuing in that direction. Because if you stop singing, the audience stops listening. You have to either talk to them or sing to them, but they're not prepared to listen to music at all. They just don't want to sit through it. They have a bad interest span for instrumental music unless it happens to be glandular music, those loud blues. They can dig it because they can tap their feet to it, but you whip a bunch of atonal 5 and 7/8 on them, and that they can't groove with, and that they have to think about. Then you're in dangerous territory when you consider that next week you're going to have to pay your rent. So
that's funny how the speech is almost supplementary. He almost has to include that begrudgingly.
Include what?
He's saying that you have to speak or sing to your audience, but they can't just sit through just music.
Yeah.
So it's almost like he had this desire to play just straight music, but he knew he wouldn't be able to sustain that way, so he had to include lyrics and speech.
Right. And he would include absurd scenarios, use a sense of humor to, in a sense, mock the audience, but it wasn't blatantly mocking. But he was not that happy, I guess, with where he was playing. And he calls the documentary 200 Motels, and it's about the endless grime, I guess, of staying in the same hotels all the way across America. He said touring can make you go crazy. So let's see if there's some more ideas here. So then you're in dangerous territory when you consider that next week you're going to have to pay your rent. Miles says, things like the Reuben and the Jets tracks, that's the 50s music, are they essentially recreations rather than ... Zappa. Interruption says, oh, they're more than recreations. They're careful conglomerates of archetypal cliches. For instance, one song on the Reuben the Jets album simultaneously has quotes from background chants sung by the Moonglows. The opening theme of The Rites of Spring, that's Stravinsky, there he is saying the rites of spring. It's singular, the rite of spring. In fact, the tune is Fountain of Love. It's on the fade-out, but nobody ever heard that as the rites of spring because there's like 5 different levels of musical accompaniment going on, not counting the band. There are all these different vocal parts, and they're all cliches, and they're all carefully chosen for nostalgia value and then built into this song with the most imbecile words in the world. Miles says, not all the tracks are like that. Some use the same old themes you keep playing with all the time. Frank goes, note themes or word themes? Miles says, old Mother's themes. It seems you're working, that's Mother's invention, old Mother's invention themes. It seems you're working in 2 directions. In using these old 1956 sounds, even little snatches of them, you're working with other people's material, whereas old Mother's themes are original material. Frank says, I don't understand that. That must be happening at some unconscious level. Miles says, it seems to be the 2 poles of your music. One side, the nostalgic music, which you didn't write yourself, and attacking it, changing it, trying to work something out of your system with it. And on the other side is the new music, which comes straight from your head. The differences between these approaches is gigantic. So Frank says, I feel that kind of music. I'm very fond of the close harmony group vocal, ooh-wah, rock and roll. I really like it. But the scientific side of Reuben the Jets is that it was an experiment. It was an experiment. Well, I don't know where it is, so. So he's saying, I like that kind of music. I'm very fond of close harmony group vocals, ooh-wah, rock and roll. I really like it. But the scientific side of Reuben the Jets is that it was an experiment. Well, I guess this is where it goes. This is a Xerox of the article. So he says, the scientific side of Reuben the Jets is that it was an experiment. It was an experiment. Convincing. So a line is cut off or something. Oh, maybe this is it. Okay. Reading that again. Talking about this 50s Collage album. But you wouldn't know it's Collage, it's just straightforward 50s narrative. But the scientific side of Reuben the Jets is that it was an experiment. An experiment in cliché collages, which is much like Finnegans Wake, because that music was just riddled with stereotype motifs that made it sound the way it did. Not only did it give its characteristic sound, but it gave it its emotional value. Like there's a real science to playing rock and roll triplets. Not everybody who can play 3 notes at once on the piano can play rock and roll triplets and make it sound convincing. There's little weird things in there, so there was a lot of exploration done at the time we were putting Reuben the Jets together. So she moves out a bit while their house gets renovated. Then Miles says, that's important from the production. The way you've restrained the drums, for instance. Zappa says, well, we scaled down the instrumentation of the group, and I tried to make it sound reasonably modern and also reasonably stereo, so we toyed with the idea of doing a really crappy production on it and making it sound old, but I didn't think I would enjoy listening to it over and over again at all. I like a little stereo now and then. I can dig that. We discussed different bands. We discussed different kinds of background chants and the emotional implications of them. Now this is going to show up somewhere. Okay, you guys can say stuff.
I was just noting that Reuben and the Jets was 72 to 74, and Elton John wrote Benny and the Jets in 73.
Right. Yeah. Still looking for where they pick up.
So he did this 50s sort of retro group that performed for those 2 years.
Yes. There was another band that played Reuben and the Jets. But they would do Reuben and the Jets songs, the Mothers, in their own concerts. But they didn't travel around being Reuben and the Jets. Someone else did that. So we did the cliche collages. Okay, here's the part. So he's talking about making the cliche collages on the Reuben and Jets album. And he says, there's little weird things in there, so there was a lot of exploration done at the time we were putting Reuben and the Jets together. Miles says, that's apparent from the production, the way you've restrained the drums, for instance. Frank says, well, we scaled down the instrumentation of the group, and I tried to make it sound reasonably modern and also reasonably stereo, so we toyed with the idea of doing a really crappy production on it and making it sound old, but I didn't think I would enjoy listening to it over and over and over again at all. I like a little stereo now and then. I can dig that. We discussed different kinds of background chants and the emotional implications of them. Because I think that they have emotional implications, the same as morning ragas and evening ragas and things like that. It's a different level. That's where those tracks were at. Also the falsettos, the type of lyric that you would associate with a song that has a low bass voice prominent is different from the type of lyric you would associate for a song that's sung in 2 or 3 part harmony with a falsetto over it. So we were tinkering around with all these things. So he's talking about placing the lyrics in various acoustic environments. So Frank says, so we were tinkering around with all 3 things. Miles says, Reuben and the Jets is a difficult album to assess in Britain because of the different musical backgrounds. This makes for an unusual degree of objectivity. However, I've been playing the 9 volumes of oldies but goodies for the last few months. Frank says, but that's not even a good example because the oldies but goodies albums are presenting to you just the songs that were big hits. I'm getting ready to put out an oldie but goodie type album. I've made a list of the songs I want to include on it, and they're all obscure, but they're the weirdest of weird things that were released during the 50s. Songs like Rubber Basket by the Chips, which was like 100 years ahead of its time, man. There's no words to it. It's all chanting. The guys are sort of making it up with rhythm accompaniment. And the only thing that you can really hear when they're singing is the words one guy says. He gives an example. Woody, woody, pecker, pecker. And the test of it all is all just this bizarre mumbling and grumbling, but all major and minor chords, and it's easy to listen to. It's happy and it's very surrealistic. Then there's another song called The Girl Around the Corner, which is the other side of Teardrops by Lee Andrews and the Hearts. And the lyrics to that are just incomprehensible. It's something like, quote, Butchie Stover makes love like Casanova. She fucked him 5 times in the eye, 3 times in the knee. Buddha McRae, she's crazy that way. We're saying, that's the lyrics. Butchie Stover makes love like Casanova. She fucked him 5 times in the eye, 3 times in the knee. Buddha McRae, she's crazy that way. End of song. Then
that visual space, Goethe.
Right. And then Frank says, and then there's a sax solo in the middle of it, and he's honking away sort of inanely. And then this one guy starts to sing too soon, and then he stops, and then it's time to come back in. It's a great record, really far out. So then Miles says, you are going to release this? Zappa says, yes, I'm trying to acquire all the masters right now. It's going to take a little checking around to see who owns them. You see, a lot of those companies went out of business, and others are just very obscure. There's one called The Drunkard by the Thrillers on Old Town, which is a recitation record where this guy tells of the evils of drink and the corruption of the young lad at the hands of a fast crowd and a bottle. Oh, man, it's horrible, says Frank. Okay, I'll read the next section. You are going to release this? Yes, it's horrible. Project X, that's a song on Uncle Meat. Project X doesn't sound very Schoenberg. Does not include the top part. Oh, yeah, there it is. Project X doesn't sound very Schoenbergian at all and doesn't sound serial, referring to my review of Uncle Meat in the International Times. When you say serial, are you talking about an actual mathematical balance of notes and rests and stuff? What the heck? Oh, sorry, I was reading that wrong. That's Frank. Do that again. I don't know. Where were we? So Frank says Project X doesn't sound very Schoenbergian. Sorry, I lost my place.
So I barely recall this now, but they featured Reuben and the Jets in the Cheech and Chong movie.
Yes, maybe some of the soundtrack. You mean, or they did?
No, they were in the band, they were in the movie Up in Smoke, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, they're referenced. I'm sorry, they're referenced. They're referenced in that movie.
Yes. So, reading this again, is he going to release this bizarre collage of different obscure records? And he says, Project X doesn't sound very Schoenbergian at all, and doesn't sound serial, referring to Miles' review of Uncle Meat in the International Times. It doesn't sound serial. When you say serial, are you talking about actual mathematical balances of notes and rests and? That's Frank talking. When you say serial, are you talking about actual mathematical balances of notes and tests, rests and ... Miles says, no, it's a misapplied term. Frank says, well, now, if you're going to review serious music, you've got to get that shit together, because serious music means something very serious, something very specific. Miles says, I mean the way you refer back to previous themes, sometimes with a very short reference of only one or two notes, the rotation and arrangement of themes and musical ideas. Well, that's done on purpose. I can see that as being serial. There's also a type of serial rotation that I use with chords which accompany the melodies. Oh, here's an interesting thing about this album. A lot of it was written in the studio while they were recording one section of a song. I'd be in the control room, quote, writing the next score, and then copy the parts. The album was put together and basically by me, Bunk, Ian, and Artie Tripp, because we did most of the overdubbing, because they're the ones that read best in the group. Can't seem to find it. So he's at, I guess we did that. Well, when you use 50s rock, what are you trying to do with it? Frank says, you have a reference to the guitar solo in that one article you wrote which says, quote, Dwayne Eddy influence and not a trace of blues, unquote. I take blues-oriented material, and in that classification I also include the ooh-wah triplet-style stuff and make certain intellectual uses of it which makes it sound non-bluesy and non-rock and roll. For instance, I take the idea of the blues, first of all, as a particular kind of scale which functions against a certain kind of a chord, giving a certain kind of emotional feeling, as a byproduct of that acoustical phenomenon happening. That is to say, a chord with a major third in it that's got flat thirds, sevenths, and flat fives bent up against a regular major totality, and that makes the blues effect happen. Of course, to this phenomenon today, we have the fuzz tone and the wah-wah pedal, which tends to make just about anything played on it sounded bluesy. Hawaiian music played on the fuzz tone guitar won't sound like Hawaiian music, and neither would your favorite foxtrot. And this music is made out of, and look into it, the mind says to her. And I say, well, now triplets. Well, now triplets. Now, it's not clang. It's not, well, he says, now triplets. It's not. Anyway, I take the elements that this music is made of, and I look at it, and I say, well, now triplets. Now, let's think. Basically, a triplet is three potes in the space of two, or in the space of four, depending on how you're using it. Or if you're Stockhausen in the space Okay, we did that. Okay, this is a lot of dead air, right?
Get serial.
Yes, I'm trying to get serious. So it's a long interview.
I'm just noting Frank's seriousness in all of these, musical, all of his departures, all of his, in all of his music. This thing with the doo-wop, if you heard that, you would feel more like it was just a nostalgic poppy sound. But he's giving such a scientific reason for his,
yes,
doing that.
Okay, here's some more on that point. Miles says, when you attack that aspect of America, are you using 50s rock in any way as a symbol? One of the reasons, says Frank, why the images in a lot of the songs are so West Coast orientated. What? What happened? Someone forget to mute? Are you listening? Anybody?
Yes. Yeah. It sounds like Bert.
Yeah, what's going on? What's that odd noise? This is a sacred ritual. Do not act up. So, when you attack that aspect of America, are you using 50s rock? Okay, what aspect is, do we have that sentence? No. Okay. One of the reasons why the images in a lot of the songs are so West Coast orientated is that I write songs sometimes to entertain the other members of the band and about 3 or 4 friends that I have in the world who know about the really abstruse arcane references in those songs. Captain Beefheart is one of the guys who knows what all of the songs are about, and he's just seen a few weird things happen. I get kind of a laugh out of the fact that other people are going to try and interpret that stuff and come up with some really grotesque interpretations of it. It gives me a certain amount of satisfaction. You can imagine how insane that must get on a song like Electric Aunt Jemima, which was written about an amplifier. Yes, it's a Stendhal amplifier, about this big, that I used on a couple of sessions. But there are some other references in the song, to a meeting held in the Denny's coffee shop in Lancaster, California, about 6 or 7 years ago, at about 4 o'clock in the morning. Don Vliet, who is otherwise known to the world as Captain Beefheart, and I were sitting in this coffee shop discussing what we were going to do to the music business, and it's about the line, and it's the line about, quote, Monza, because we were discussing the problems of lyrics in the music. We were being fed. Okay, and it's the line about Monza, because we were discussing the problems of lyrics in the music we were being fed on the radio. I always felt that the music I grew up with, except for the rhythm and blues, was just horrible, and I didn't want to be subjected to it, and I wished that I'd had something better to choose from. But I couldn't get anything better, so we were talking about this, and I said, well, I'm going to do this. And Don Beefheart says, well, I'm going to do that. And I said, okay, go do that. I'm going to read that last bit there. He's talking about the band, how they're going to break up, but he hasn't said about them breaking up so far. I always felt that the music I grew up with, except for the rhythm and blues, was just horrible, and I didn't want to be subjected to it, and I wished that I'd had something better to choose from. But I couldn't get anything better, so we were talking about this, and I said, well, I'm going to go do this. And Donovan says, well, I'm going to do that. And I said, okay, well, let's go do that. Miles says, what's your music going to be like in, say, 5 years' time? Do you ever consider this? Zappa says, well, I can't worry too much about that. Something will happen, probably get more obscure. Anything you guys want to say? I think that's enough of that for now. We'll continue later.
I'm down with obscureness. Obscurity.
Did you say you're down with it?
True.
Yes.
What's true, Roxy?
That his music was getting more obscure.
I thought Bart was saying that about Bart's music. You're saying that about Zappa?
Yes.
Yeah, their decision to become obscure. I'm in agreement with that. I like that idea.
No, he didn't. We're talking the mid-'70s. He became, as Ben Watson says in the biography, he got into corporate rock. He was playing big concerts, mid-'70s to the end. He was hiring orchestras to do the classical music, the serial music, whatever it was, but he was putting a lot into his band structure when he started touring again. So he's just getting better at bigger shows. Some of the aesthetes didn't like all these drunk kids at his concerts. Maybe he was doing it just for money, you can't tell. But erase that idea that he wanted to be isolated.
Well, no, I wasn't suggesting he was, but I like the idea. I like the notion just as a fleeting thing. I like Apostrophe, and it's because that's actually one of the few Zappa albums I've heard, but it also seems like it's more a conventional rock than his earlier recordings. Do you find that that's the case, or does he, like, when do you think he starts moving into more not conventional sound, but something that becomes more popular?
He does it in 1973 with the album Overnight Sensation and then Apostrophe. Okay. It's a little more mainstream. People were shocked. It's not that mainstream, really. He's like above mainstream. He's better. And it was called Overnight Sensation, like he was looking for money. So he mocked it, said, here it is, Frank's going to be an overnight sensation. Well, he never accomplished it, but he did play all over the place and record it and then release those things as albums or other stuff. So, what are we saying here? He did not become obscure.
No, but I guess you don't know truly if he was actually doing it for the money or if he was decided to go in and do a subtle form of mockery of the industry.
Well, I'm reading an interview with him. What did you say?
Well, no, I was saying you weren't sure if he started doing that for the money or
no,
I wonder.
He didn't do it for. He would often comment that the money he made, and the more the better, would immediately be plowed back into rehearsing and preparing his next show. He says, "I'm not like your regular rock and roll star buying yachts and things." He put it constantly into his, you could call it the Frank Zappa school. Now, there's a section here. He's being interviewed by Zigzag magazine. So then it says Zigzag Unzips. And this is like July 1969. Frank Zappa interviewed by Dick Lawson at the Royal Albert Hall. So let's see where this one goes. Over the last year or so, you have been thrust by the press into a position where you are an attitude spokesman, that's quotes, for what is happening in the States, which is presumably why you were asked to lecture at the London School of Economics the other day. What exactly happened? Frank says, I wound up speaking to a large number of unfortunately misdirected young people. The other guy, who were expecting something political and sociological to come up? Zappa, I gave them something political and sociological. The only problem was it didn't agree with what they thought the tactics for a youth revolution should be. And I can't buy their tactics because I think they're juvenile. The guy says, journalist, they were sort of trying to bring the Berkeley thing over here. Zappa, yes, much in the same way as they imported flower power. Then the interviewer says, in September 1967, when you first came over, you were shouting lines like, flower power sucks, when half the audience had flowers behind their ears and were cringing in their seats. Zappa says, well, I don't think I really made them cringe because when a person's really into that, he believes it for as long as it's fashionable. And the problem with the young people today is that they're not much more developed than their parents, you know. Their attitudes are slightly different in some regards, but the level of their individuality and their sociological development is only slightly better. And they are not, as they imagine themselves, to be the spearhead of some fantastic revolution that's going to turn the planet into some kind of Garden of Eden after they're done, because they're not. The main problem with what they advocate in terms of aggressive revolution and waving signs around in the street and boycotts and violence and all the rest of this stuff is A, it's a fad this season. B, they don't offer any alternatives or anything better to replace the current situation with when they get done with their revolution. I'm going to do that again. The main problem with what they advocate in terms of aggressive revolution and waving signs around the street and boycotts and violence and all the rest of the stuff is A, it's a fad this season. B, they don't offer any alternatives or anything better to replace the current situation with when they get done with their revolution. They're into revolution on a carnival level, and they aren't thinking in terms of the best things for the most amount of people. You know, they aren't taking into consideration the millions of people who probably don't want to be hip and groovy. They just want to be comfortable and sit around in their homes. And, you know, I don't believe that's my place or anybody else's place to tell them what they're not entitled to. So the interviewer says, it seems to me that you are not very choked off playing and talking about this kind of thing because you have come through Freak Out and Absolutely Free and Uncle Meat, whereas you say it's basically an instrumental thing. I mean, you're much more concerned with the music itself, the jazz, and it is jazz, isn't it? Frank says, no, it's not. Well, what is it then? Frank says, it's contemporary American music. American because that's the environment that created it, Los Angeles and New York. In fact, with Room in the Jets, it would make one think that any spare time you have, okay, so this is the journalist. In fact, with Room in the Jets, it would make one think that any spare time you have, which can't be much, you sit around listening to Del Vikings and Gladiolas records and stuff like that. Zappa says, well, as a matter of fact, I do listen to those sort of records because I have a large collection of them. But I listen more to Stravinsky and Varese than that, you know, almost to the exclusion of all other forms of pop music. So, did he say this? You don't listen to any of your contemporaries, groups and so on. Outside the groups that I'm producing, says Rush Limbaugh, during the time that I'm working on the project, no, I don't. Having recently befriended Captain you have recently befriended Captain Beefheart. Zappa says, I've known him 12 years. The journalist says, well, you appreciate he is a very big cult figure over here. I think they're in for a very big surprise as to what Captain Beefheart is into and where he's at, because the two albums that you've heard over here were, I think, extremely badly produced and beneficial, and Beefheart himself has complained. Beefheart himself has complained about what they did to him in the studio when he made those two albums, because the first album, it was studio players backing him up to a certain extent. And the second album mixed in a way that was a war, in a way that was against his wishes. I guess that's right, against his wishes. There were certain things that he wanted. I guess that's Zappa's wishes. Are you still with me, people?
Yes.
Okay. Present.
Right. So, continue with this article. I think we did this part. There were certain things that he wanted to have in there, and the producer took it into the studio and put that phasing effect. Oh, yeah, he's just talking about Beefheart and screwed up albums. We did all that. Okay, so. All right, so what do we talk about? What's next? I'm not going to keep reading. Anybody got any ideas? Roxy. Do I just play some Zappa music? Maybe that'll get you going.
Well, actually, let me ask you one quick question about, you can play, but I just wanted to say, I would be curious to know what Zappa lectured to those students, what he said to those students.
Okay, is that you, Bert? Did you drop off, Bert? I think you did.
No, that was me.
No, I've been here.
Oh, okay. So, did you want to say something, Roxy, about what I was reading? It's just a very good, in-depth interview about an album, Reuben and the Jets, that most people thought was just a one-off, toss-up, something Frank did to satirize it. Not that there was, scientifically organized patterns in it that Frank implies he did.
You're saying he was satirizing doo-wop?
No. You see from this interview how carefully he made the album.
Right.
A lot of editing. A lot of excerpting from different things. Let's play a song from there, from Reuben and the Jets.
Yeah.
So, Bart, how was that, Bart? Was that done seriously?
It sounds like it was done sort of, I don't want to use the word sloppily, but it sounds kind of like he's deliberately messing with the pacing on it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was just thinking, if a 50s doo-wop band, if they were transported back and they performed that, what the audience would think of that.
I don't know. Yeah.
It has a very odd sort of, unusual feel to it as a doo-wop song.
Right. So he said in making it.
If somebody listens to that and doesn't know who is singing or who's playing, they will never think that's Frank Zappa.
Right.
Yeah.
And he says that the songs are a collage. The songs are a collage of different cliches and archetypes from different songs. That's made up of stuff. I don't know if that particular song is, but he's saying that he would make a collage, like Joyce in Finnegans Wake. He'd put a collage together.
All the music.
You can hear that, the different...
Odyssey in one day. All the romantic songs in one song.
Right. And to me, I used to love the album. I love the album. But listen, shut up. Listen to this. Yeah. Now listen. It's rich.
It is rich. Yeah.
It's richer than the songs of the day, sort of. I mean, equally as them. But I don't know if they're richer. But I used to listen to it, love the album because it was rich. For example, let me play this one. Another great song. Sorry, that's done years later. I'm going to go to the actual album and play stuff from the album.
But that's already, the beginning is wonderful. Love of my life.
You like that?
I love you so.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you think?
The music is really good.
Yeah. Now that's in the 80s, though. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Now let's go to how it was done. That song on the album. So I should be able to find the album here. Cruising with Reuben the Jets. This is it. 1967-68. Oh no, that was Love of My Life, right? So we'll do that version. Here it is. Oh, I haven't got my sound right. Okay, I got to unhook buttons because this is coming out of my own computer. That this sound. Jesus, that was fuck. Oh, I gotta stop this a second. That was awesome. That was amazing.
Perfected doo-wop. That's perfected doo-wop.
Right. And remember, the guys in the band did doo-wop. They were doo-wop guys from the 50s. They knew how to do it. And but I don't know, this just struck me as very rich version.
You know what that reminded me of, Bob, was the song that Tommy and the Shondells did called Crystal Blue Persuasion.
Yeah.
That
I know that song.
I later found, and I added it to Dupes. I think you picked up on it, but it was a version that he did maybe 20 years later, and it sounded like that he went in and recreated that song, you know.
Well, that's what Zappa's doing. He's recreating the stuff from 10 years earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do another one. I mean, that's so good. Somehow, that was so rich for some. I don't know. I haven't listened to them off the album like this. Here's another great song. Oh, what did I do? I had to shut off the sound. Okay. All right. Another tremendously rich production.
Yes.
I have to say, comparing that to like the original doo-wop played on the radio, it has the odd tonalities of Zappa and the 70s, late 60s, early 70s. If you heard that on the radio, I think back in the 50s, I wonder how the people listening to that would take it, you know.
It'd be too overproduced. I mean, he's got his genius of working with studio technology to add something to it. I mean, just the drums, the smashing of the cymbals. It's like almost orchestral.
Yeah, and he's got that bass.
Yeah. It's too well made for the 50s. It would have, people, I don't know what would happen to them.
They would probably think
there's more of a coordination between the singing and the music. It's not like in the 50s when they played, when you listen to doo-wop. The doo-wop, there was like probably just hired musicians that maybe were just hired for a night, whereas you listen to that music, you could tell that those musicians, I mean, the singer and the music went together. I mean, it was orchestrated. It wasn't just like, just a quick studio hit. It was really combined or
it's evolved
put together very well.
Rehearse, practice. Are you here, Roxy?
Yes, I'm eating a sandwich. That's why I'm muted.
Okay. All right.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. That inspired me to do the thunders. If Frank can be that good, I can.
Yay!
True energy. Right. Okay. Thunder 1 on the first page is page 3. It goes like this. And I'll do it moderate speed. Baba bada dalga rag tak mineronka ton bron toner ron twan thun to varhana once good tuhu hurden thurnak. And I do it again. Baba bada garag tak mineronka bron toner ron twan thun to varhun once con tuhu hurden thurnak. That's page 3. Then you go to Thunder 2 on page 23. Per cod hasker run bargi ragwa yakor lea grum then gremit hund hearth rumathuna radidly fiddly fetatilabili bum ulunun nakan unan. Okay. Do it again. Percod Haskurun Barguar Yago Gorlay or Grum Gremi Bit Hun Hearth Ruma Thunera Didilia Petiti Tilibilium Molunk Kanun. You notice no two thunders are said the same. I'm not saying the same way each time. Thunder 3 on page 44. Clicka, clacka, clask, akla, plats, klatsha, shada, beta, crepi, krati, gradak, sema, sami, hunop, the pluddy, a pladdy, pecan, pecat. Again, clicka, clacka, cackles, cackle, oh, pat, catch, labata, crepi, krati, gradag, semi, sami, nuith, the pluddy, yapladdy, pecan, cat. Pecan, pecat, missed that. So you see, I'm missing parts, redoing it differently. Number 90, the fourth thunder, page 90. Bloody, awful, Mucklenberg, Wurrus, Horace, Cortus, Strump, Parna, Kenny, Coxa, Patista, Tapada, Patuper, Strip, Buck, Putnak. Try it again. Bloody, awful, Mucklenberg, Hurrah, Horace, Gortastum, Papa, Noren, Kakas, Pasti, Pata, Pataputer, Strippa, Paka, Putnak, A. C-H. Actually, you shouldn't. That's not part of the thunder. Bloody, awful, Mecklenburg, Horror, Horse, Gore, Stum, Papa, Norpkenny, Kakas, Pata, Patupa, Trippa, Sticka, Putnak. So then, Thunder 5, which the first 5 thunders go towards the eye. So the fifth thunder is about the book, page 113, and it ends with down mind looking at it. So your mind is looking down at the book. So it says, thing crookly eggs in every pasture, sticks likes him around, hers the magger, by kin can with down mind looking at it. Thing crookly exene every pastures, dicks likens him around, hers the magger, by kin can with down mind looking at it. Verse 5. Then you go to page 257 for the transitional thunder as you move toward acoustic space and tactility. So this is page 257, Thunder 6. Lucadorn, Dunan, Duras, Kudli, Lucifer, Moi, Pertu, T, Zeus, Fel, Nabortans, Port Kelk, Scan, Sacroid, Verge, Kapuk, Kapuk. Lucadoran, Dunan, Durascudili, Lucifer, Moi, Porter, Tu, Zoe, Spells, Nabortans, Porto, Canscroid, Verge, Kapak, Kapuk. Thunder 7, page 314. Both all characters shummin around, gan summoner, drum, strum, trum, in hump to dump wall, top of, ululuder, dar, man's turn up. Both all characters hummin around, gan summoner, drum, strum, trum, in hump to dump wall, top of, fuluderan, man's turn up. Page 314. Then Thunder 8. Thunder 8 is page 332. Papa appears in war heel nakatu how maka whack mac whack fall their Dublin on the Dublin daddy doodled. Papa appears in the war aglial natula mongan mac whack fall the Dublin and daddy doodled. I'm not even sure if I'm close. About 60% close, maybe. That was Thunder 8. That was Papa Appears. That's the big male image on the movie screen. Movies. Thunder 9 is about the airplane and speed and cars and cities in the 30s. Hassan, Kaffin, Coffin, Tussum, Tossum, Demendam, Caucasio, Kusaki, Boixa, Toots, Welch, Beckel, Cashel, Car Act. Hassan, Kaffin, Coffin, Tussum, Tossum, Damendam, Ko, Sag, Kusag, Hebok, Hoti, Peswish, Wek, Beckles, Kaskashel, Car Act. Thunder 9, page 414. Then you go to the last one, page 424. This says Thunder 10. Hello, Turden, we're Mudgerd, Ging, Nearud, Molerny, Lucky, Bogaminda, Dorain, Sant Karim, Mecca, Rakanarucker. Hello, Turden, we're Mudgerd, Gwyn, Nerud, and Molner, Felner, Lucky, Kibog, Mandel, Derin, Cert, Quin, Mecken, Rakanarucker. I rest my case. Done.
Oh.
Well said. How's that? Well said.
You just said the whole history of humankind. All of a sudden.
That was a Tower of Babel.
I was watching a video which was very interesting because there are some Asian women, I'm not sure where are they from, that they say they see a lot of phrases from their countries, and they explain this, blah, 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 means the God went and did this and that. And so different people from different countries can understand phrases from their own needs. So I found that very interesting. Like, how did you do that? This has to be done by non-physical.
Okay, you got to get off the speakerphone and say all that again. I didn't get much of what you're saying. Miss T, did you get it, Bert? Did you get it, Bert?
I missed some words as well. No, I didn't get
Barum boom boom boom. There's no boom 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 in there. It's just like.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
No, there is a video in the
No, wait a minute. Let's have you do the first Thunder. See how it comes out. Maybe you do better than me. But first of all, Bert, what did she just say about some women who did something.
She said about some ladies listened to and translated the. What I didn't get was that they were looking at the wake and they translated the thunders and they got some meaning out of it. Is that what you meant, Roxana?
Yes, they were saying there are different words and phrases in the wake that really mean things in their own languages. And
what did you say?
They
really
were talking
mean
about
things. Wait. What's that sentence? They really mean things in their own languages? That's not what you're saying, is it?
Yes, that these phrases are really part of myths from their countries, like mythic gods, like this god goes and do this.
So these women
I found that very interesting.
These women saw their own culture
like,
in Finnegans Wake.
Yes, in different phrases or different words from many different myths, and they look like from Malaysia or something like that.
From where?
I found that
Seychelles. What's that Seychelles? What are you saying? From where?
Asia, like Malaysia or something.
Okay. So you're saying,
yes, I'm not
who
sure
are these
from
people?
which country.
How do you know about these women who looked at the wake? Where do they report?
It's a video. If you like, I can send it to you.
It's a video of women talking about Finnegans Wake.
Yes. And how the wake is pretty multilingual, and they recognize phrases in which they say this is about this myth from my country, from this god, and this and that. So I find that very interesting, that it's really multilingual. How do you do that?
Well, I think he's got people looking for stuff. The user is the content. They're scrambling the letters and seeing something they're familiar with. And he knew that if you just... Well, he doesn't totally scramble his letters. Some parts he may. But it's a Rorschach ink block test. He knew that. He knew people would see things in there, I guess. You're asking, how did he do that?
Yes.
By not making it uni-level, by implying all kinds of syllable connections.
I pulled up, just for the thunder's sake, Ions gave us the first 7 thunders. Would it be appropriate to add those to this thunder conversation?
What, the thunders as in the book of Revelation?
Well, the ones that Ion provided.
I don't know. Go ahead. Fit. Whatever you want to say about it.
Well, I'll just read through. They gave us the first 7 and then not the 8th, but Ion was reciting the Bible passage of Adam in the garden and said that was the first thunder. First thunder. They saw themselves naked. It's the thunder of alienation. And you respond, that's the meaning of the first thunder. In Finnegans Wake, that's war and peace in the global village. The second thunder is Exodus 9:23, and Moses stretched forth his rod toward the heavens, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and a fire ran along up on the ground, and the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. That's the thunder of judgment, the second thunder.
How do you know this? Who transcribed this?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
The third thunder is the thunder of consecration. That's Exodus 19:16. And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. The fourth thunder, Carolyn asks, how does the third thunder relate to Finnegans Wake? And Ion says the fourth thunder is the thunder of coming. That's Exodus 19:19 and 20. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and waxed louder and louder, Moses spake, and God answered him by a voice. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mount. And the Lord called Moses up to the top of the mount, and Moses went up. That's the fourth thunder. The fifth thunder is the thunder of God's glory. That's Exodus 20:18. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. Sixth thunder is the thunder of enemies' defeat. This is 1 Samuel 7:10. And Ion says this is great because this is where Samuel was offering up the burnt offering. The Philistines drew near to battle against Israel, but the Lord thundered with a great thunder on that day upon the Philistines and discomfited them, and they were smitten before Israel. And Ion says that's what Bob does when people get in his way. The seventh thunder.
What do I do?
You smote people when they get in your way.
Okay.
Reading that passage again, just the last section, the Lord thundered with a great thunder on that day upon the Philistines and discomfited them, and they were smitten before Israel. And Ion says that's what Bob does when people get in his way. The seventh thunder is the thunder of restoration. It's in 1 Samuel 12:14. Ion says it's one of our favorites because it has the if clause. If ye will fear the Lord and serve him and obey his voice and not rebel against the commandment of the Lord, then shall both ye and also the king that reigneth over you continue following the Lord your God. But if you will not obey the voice of the Lord, but rebel against the commandment of the Lord, then shall the hand of the Lord be against you as it was against your fathers. Is it not wheat harvest today? I will call unto the Lord, and he shall send thunder and rain, that ye may perceive and see that your wickedness is great, which ye have done in the sight of the Lord, in asking you a king. So Samuel called unto the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day, and all the people greatly feared the Lord and Samuel. And Carolyn asks, so Samuel called it down, and Ion says, just like Bob. And now you ask, Bob, is there a thunder 8, 9, and 10 like in Finnegans Wake? Ion says you can't get those now because of 1 Samuel 12:20-22. It tells why. It pleased him to sound the thunders to make you a people for him, and then you come into your place of power, and yea. 1 Samuel 12:20-22 that Ion says is the reason why we can't get the eighth thunder. And Samuel said unto the people, fear not, ye have done all this wickedness, yet turn not aside from following the Lord, but serve the Lord with all your heart. And turn ye not aside, for then should ye go after vain things which cannot profit nor deliver, for they are vain. But the Lord will not forsake his people for his great name's sake, because it hath pleased the Lord to make you his people. So those are the seven, and then...
Right. So Roxy, can you relate this to Zappa at all? Or Bert?
Well, for me, his solos are like a thunderword.
Yeah.
It's like this abstract discourse sounds like he's speaking. But what he wants to say is more abstract than any language.
Can you get your phone on your head? It doesn't work with the speakerphone. I miskey syllables, so I don't know what you're saying. Did you get it, Bert?
Okay, I repeat.
Cut off. Okay, hold it. I think Bert's got disconnected. Let me bring him back in. Yeah, Bert, you got dropped off, right, Bert?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do it again, Roxy.
Yes, you asked me how do I relate this to Zappa, and I said, for me, the thunderwords are like a Zappa solo. He has like a speaking style when he's playing, like he's talking with his guitar, but he's saying something very abstract. And it's like the nonsensical Irish songs.
Yeah.
That even if you don't understand the meaning of the words, you somehow get the meaning. And that is a phrase from Led Zeppelin in the Kashmir song. They talk about this Irish type of singing, and they say, I don't get the meaning, but I don't understand, but I get the meaning. And
right.
For me, that's a Zappa solo. It's like a thunder word.
Well, I've said in one interview, I said the 10 thunders in Finnegans Wake, imagine them as wailing guitars. Rapid guitar notes spilling out. So yeah. I've used that idea, that they are squealing amplified music or sound. So I was thinking, I think I should play, I think we've lost our way on the Zappa thing. Did you get to say what you wanted to say tonight, Roxy? Usually you have a little lecture. I don't know if you did a lecture. You did one sort of earlier. But did you say something? Did you get everything said?
I think the main idea is that how I think Joyce was an influence for Zappa, because he mentioned Joyce as an influence in his freak out list. So I said it's because of the musicality in the language, all his musical quotes and collages, and
yeah,
and also the fact that they were both fighting for freedom of expression, and they didn't saw sex as something obscene or dirty.
Right.
It's just part of our human, of our humanity. It's not sin or something dirty, or I don't know. It doesn't have to be.
Now, I want to ask Bert. Bert, do you know? I was going to ask you on dupes. Did I play two different sections of Ion in my private sessions last week, hours apart? Because Ed only put one part up. I thought I played the other part. Do you know, Bart, if I played a whole bunch of stuff later? You remember 2 episodes?
Yes, Bart, you played.
I only remember the.
What are you saying, Bert?
2 different dates. It was 2 different dates, I believe.
Yeah,
it was
13th
spread out.
and 15th. And I looked at it on the site. It's only 11 minutes total. I thought I played more than that. Didn't I play about Howard Stern? Didn't I talk about Howard Stern?
I remember hearing Howard Stern in Jonathan's interview. I don't remember hearing it afterwards. I remember hearing something about Howard Stern and Jonathan's. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Ion touches back on it saying, however Stern, uses the phrase, however Stern.
Right, no, that's not it. We talked about his wife is pissed off that he renewed his radio contract.
Right, and that was with Jonathan.
Oh, so that was Ion talking about Howard. That doesn't make sense. Oh, yeah. Is that... okay, let me just check my notes. So maybe... So
I'm thinking for some reason that the Howard Stern conversation was casual on the call outside of Jonathan's session.
No, I have session, January 18th. But he doesn't have January 18th. He's got January 13th and 15th. And I think he missed out on the Jonathan excerpts, which may have been played later that night. Because he's got January 13th and 15th, something like that, and then Jonathan is January 18th. So have to somebody go through there and find it where it is later in the hours.
You started in the 5 a.m. hour, 45 minutes in.
Yeah, but didn't I play stuff before that? Hours before?
Not from Jonathan's session, but let's see.
Jonathan is at 5 a.m.
Right.
Okay, so that's that. What we got to do now is I play the next batch of me and Ion, or we do the McLuhan do line. What do you think? Have we exhausted Frank? What haven't we said about Frank?
I just note that
he was the guy. That's the guy. That's the guy.
That's the guy right there.
That's the guy.
Okay,
right there.
Bert. What were you saying, Bart?
My impression of Frank can basically be sort of encapsulated in that black and white video of him as a kid playing the bicycle on, was it Johnny Carson,
yes,
or was it earlier? Yeah. I mean, just
Steve Allen.
Steve Allen, okay.
Steve Allen. Yeah.
Just his seriousness and the contradiction of just doing something as absurd as playing on the bicycle. That left an impact on me that probably is a greater impact than his, insight into his personality than his music has been. Although it fleshes out.
Like Ion says from Offenel, what a guy, what a guy. Offenel Hobart, what a guy.
Yeah, did Frank ever do a song with Offenel or Hobab in it? You have to look.
No. So, Bart, did you see? When did you see that video? You talking about years ago when you saw it?
I probably saw that. Yeah, I would say around probably 2010 or 2011. And it was definitely, well, I have to say probably after 2010, because I'm going to guess that it was prompted by something, your holy offices. I'm guessing that it was prompted by your discussion of your holy offices that made me sort of look more into Zappa. But at the same time, I think that I have encountered his videos before that, like his appearance on the Crossfire and other various interviews. But yeah, that I think that definitely left an impression, that Steve Allen appearance. You just have a serious, like you said, serious young man, and with the culture, surrounding him at that time, it was just like a standout sort of appearance. I mean, he was making an impression in a very simple way that stood out for me. It wasn't comedic. It was like it was, a seriousness. He was doing something absurd. It was almost like a Steve Martin kind of a scenario. You have a guy in a suit tying animal balloons on his head,
Right.
It's intriguing. He's an intriguing personality.
Yeah, it struck you how serious he was, basically.
Right. He didn't crack a smile. He was showing you his is it a Stradivarius? This is not a Schwinn.
Yeah, but he had that little gleam in his eye as well when he was doing that sarcastic look.
Oh yeah, there was a self-awareness. Yeah, that was that his first attempt at I guess satire.
Maybe. I don't know what he did in the bar bands where they would cover music, songs.
So what age was he
for this?
For that appearance, and when he started playing with other musicians?
He was 22.
All right. good number.
I think he also told Steve Allen he's only been playing it for a week. I think that was one of the first jokes. Because he asked how long you been playing. He said, about a week.
Oh, 2 weeks, I think he said. Yeah, like very short time of preparation. Okay. But there is him working with an orchestra in 61 at St. Mary's College in L.A. That's pretty interesting. He's got the orchestra doing funny things, and he's making them laugh. But he's very seriously conducting them.